Well, welcome to day 2 of the AJ Bell England Squash Championships, being held live here at the National Centre in Manchester. Very much a pioneering project put on to make sure that all these English players get a chance, both experienced and the younger players coming through, get the opportunity to play each other in these difficult times. And our lineup, we've got 9 matches. There's a slight change to the lineup, but starting off with Anna Kimberley up against Sarah Jane Perry. They'll be followed by Alicia Mead and Georgina Kennedy, who's definitely one to watch. Patrick Rooney, who got to the final here recently in the AJ Bell Championship as well, up against Tom Walsh. Then Richie Fallows against Charlie Lee. That concludes the afternoon or the morning session. And then we go into the afternoon where Sarah Jane Perry will be back on the court up against Julianne Courtice, Millie Tomlinson against Jasmine Hutton, and then George Parker against Patrick Rooney. That should be a really interesting one. And then Declan James against Miles Jenkins has been moved across because of the withdrawal of Tom Richards due to injury, unfortunately for him. So I wish him a speedy recovery. And then the last match of the evening is Julianne Courtice up against Grace Gear. And then I can take a breath. So focusing on the women's pools, as we've got 2 women's matches on here this morning, one on this court and then of course the traditional court being used to the side as well. Well, this is a Group A match. Sarah Jane Perry up against Anna Kimberley. Perry of course getting the win against Lucy Beecroft 3-love yesterday, and Anna Kimberley losing to Julianne Courtice on the side court. And then of course there is Group B as well. So there's 5 players per group, and the winners will go through to contest the final, and then we play all the way down to 6th place basically. So focusing on this match, Anna Kimberley on the right hand side. We spoke about it yesterday, but it's been different conditions in this lockdown for different players. Kimberley, where she's located, hasn't really got access to facilities or courts, so this is a real opportunity for her to just get on the court and actually get some court time, playing time, test herself out a little bit. Obviously the number 71 in the world has been training, but it's very different to be training off court than on court, so it'll be interesting to see how she can respond after the loss against Courtice yesterday. But she's up against Sarah Jane Perry, who has been getting a little bit more competitive play. She of course played at Black Ball not that long ago, just before Christmas, won that title, which was a mightily impressive performance from the world number 6. Has to be said, I think that Perry is looking in the kind of shape that's the best I've seen her, to be honest. So I think she's going to be she's already a force to reckon with on the world tour, and that's only going to enhance her status as she looks to push towards that top 4 in the world.
Thank you.
And of course, the door is open ever so slightly with the retirements of Noura El Tayeb and Renee Melwalili. That leaves a massive gap there at the top of the world rankings. So joining me for all 9 matches today is former world number 1 Vanessa Atkinson.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello everyone.
Certainly does. It leaves the door open for a few of those top players, doesn't it? 2 massive names with retiring, you know, within this sort of lockdown phase since the beginning of last year. So it's very much open for someone to grasp that opportunity.
Definitely. I mean, we obviously in that last year of Renee Melwalili's, we did see a lot of Melwalili Shabini finals in a lot of the big tournaments. So it does leave a gap, opens things up a little bit more. Perry was always a big threat, and it's just trying to find that consistency to make it into some major semi-finals and finals.
2021 women's round robin match. Sarah Jane Perry of England to serve, Anna Kimberley of England to receive. Best of 5 games, love all. And out.
Well, positive start from Kimberley as she was up in front of Perry. We did see yesterday in Perry's match against Beecroft, initially she didn't quite find her range, and when she left the ball short she was punished by an attacking Beecroft. But what did improve was once she found her range, she was lethal.
And out, 1-all. Out, 2-1.
Yeah, the range into the back of the court is really crucial for Perry. Obviously, she's very tall in stature. She moves well, but you know, players of her height and her build, it's just that extra bit of importance on making sure she's getting that ball running into the back, just to protect the movement, not having to do really, really quick, explosive stuff around the front.
Yeah, the other thing is yesterday morning or yesterday afternoon when we started, it was really cold here at the venue. It's a lot warmer here already today. See, Perry is positioning herself up in front of Kimberley here.
And out, 2-3.
Obviously it's something that Kimberley's going to have to try and avoid. She's going to have to try and get that ball up and over or past Perry somehow.
Hand out, 4-2.
Love it when you do something like that and the referee calls not up. Just to really wind you up. Got to be volleyed. Saw there the hesitation from Kimberley. She needs to make sure that she uses her stature. She's tall and rangy, so it's important to volley those balls, especially on a glass court like this.
Yeah, you can see there again, every time the ball catches sidewall with the angle, it just stops dead.
Very clever with those little angles, Perry. Really does mix up the movement of the opponent, keeps them off balance, keeps them guessing all the time. Certainly how you keep someone honest on a squash court is by having little things like that.
Yeah, she's got a lot of options, Perry, sometimes to her own detriment when she's not quite getting it right, but...
Yes, Lex.
Do love the awareness that Perry has as well, though. If someone overcommits, she senses it immediately, and she's got all that variety and those late options. She's able to make really good decisions on the court.
Very good to watch.
Kimberley just getting stuck two-footed in there after a really good get, and of course that left a massive gap for Perry to attack into.
Yes, left.
Lucky there. Really got to hit that.
There's the hold.
8-3.
Kimberley leaving that ball sitting up.
Down. 9-3.
Saw the hold there, even on the lob. Just controlling the movement, stop starting Kimberley in her tracks.
10-3, game ball.
Impressive stuff from Perry. She's raced to a 10-3 lead here. 7 game balls.
Down.
Well, only needs one of them.
Game to Perry. Perry leads. 1 game to love.
So 5-minute first game, 11-3 for Sarah Jane Perry. She's leading against Anna Kimberley by 1 game to love.
Well, very, very quick fire first game for Perry, who's found her range much earlier today in her first match. And it's causing a lot of problems for Kimberley, who's feeding the ball up out of those back corners. And then Perry with the hold, so many options. Kimberley really struggling to read Perry in the front of the court.
Fifteen seconds. Perry leads. 1 game to love. Love all. And out, 1 love.
Very similar to the first game, Kimberley starting very positively. Getting that ball going absolutely nowhere. You've got to really overhit it, haven't you? Overhit the width, overhit the length, use the height on the court. And again.
2-1.
Yeah, it's just got to be a bit more accurate with her hitting. It's tough out there for Kimberley, as you said. She hasn't had the court time that she needs. She's playing against one of the best players in the world who has had plenty of court time.
And out, 2-all.
Well, this is very much about providing court time and also competitive play for these players, regardless of your situation. You know, the players that got to get ready for the PSA World Tour, these big events that are coming up on the horizon, like Black Ball in March, is perfect for them. Get them ready for that. For the players that haven't competed since February last year, it's also a massive opportunity for them to actually get a bit of competitive play under their belt. And then hopefully as we reach the end of this and the tour starts to open up, they're a bit more prepared than they would have been if they hadn't had these experiences and this exposure. Well, Kimberley's being punished every single time that ball's being left through the middle of the court.
Oh dear me.
7-2.
That is not helpful.
No, and Kimberley was actually looking to do the right thing in that rally. She was hitting the targets and looking to get the ball into the back corners, but it's a bit unfortunate.
Well, she's hitting such good weight of shot as well, Perry, that she's finding winners in the back of the court. She's not giving any rhythm to Kimberley, who's trying to extend the rallies.
8-2.
Having absolutely no joy so far. And as you sort of said off air, Drew Boy, Kimberley had that opportunity to play a little bit in that previous challenge event that we had here in Manchester, and then off the back of that was thrust back into lockdown and back into, you know, very limited court time.
8-2.
whereas Perry's had tournaments to play, squads to attend.
Down. 9.
Tell you what though, this has been a really good example of the preparation and hold of Perry when she's coming in. I think seen so many times where she's been able to just hold and then hit a shot and change and control the opponent. I think it's been a great exhibition of that. 8 game balls for Perry. Again, perfect lob.
Down.
Not quite following it up with that attacking cross-court kill. Still 7 game balls for Perry though.
Yeah, but you could see even on that last shot that she's just got so many options and so much time on the ball.
It's that cut. You just hear the strings singing, and she cuts down the back of that ball.
2 games to love.
Takes all the pace off it, leaves it incredibly short. So second game, another 5 minutes, 11-3 again, and it's 2-love to Sarah Jane Perry, who leads against Anna Kimberley.
No, but I think the court's very cold on it. Fifteen seconds. Perry leads. 2 games to love. Love all.
So 2-love lead for Perry. That's a great shot. That was actually pretty tight from Kimberley. See there in the Kimberley shot, she's trying to put extra onto that ball to find her range and find those back corners, but again the ball just so dead.
To Perry.
Yeah, you've got to feel for Kimberley. I mean, she's obviously been putting work in. A lot of off-court training, I'm sure, but it just goes to show with squash, if you're not getting that time on court, it doesn't matter how fit and strong you are physically. If you can't use that, if you can't keep that ball in play. That was nice.
And out, 3-1.
much better.
Down and out.
I'll tell you what, it's something that I was thinking about yesterday when we were watching Dec James against Joe Lee. It's so important when you do get that opportunity, so you take the first ball in, the purpose and how you respond with that second shot, the follow-up, is absolutely vital to whether you actually finish the rally or not. And I thought that was the difference between, say, Lee and James yesterday. And in that rally, as an example of it, when you see Perry, when she gets a sniff, the next shot, there's just so much on it. Whereas other players that are maybe a little bit lower down in the rankings, they don't quite have that same intent and purpose on that next shot.
5-2.
Nicely finished by Perry.
6-2.
Got herself 6-2 lead here. It's like that shot. The other way around, that ball goes into the back right.
Down.
It's unlucky, just collapsing, losing the top of the upper half of the body there in that drop shot. Means you lose accuracy in the shot. Vicious, absolutely vicious on the forehand from Perry. Great finish.
Not up.
Well, that is what she's capable of.
9-2.
In her absolute element on here today. Sarah-Jane Perry showing a full array of shots and holds.
10-2. Match ball.
So 8 match balls for the #1 seed.
Out.
And there it is.
11-2. Match to Perry, 3 games to love. 11-3, 11-3, 11-2.
So very impressive performance again from Sarah-Jane Perry. She's on the march. She's taken out Anna Kimberley 3-love in 18 minutes. 11-3, 11-3, 11-2. So that's one match down here today. Of course, we've got a lot more coming for you at home today to watch. And the next match up is Alicia Mead up against Georgina Kennedy. And those two will be on at 10:45. So 20 minutes time. Join us then.
give me 5 minutes, I'll do.
Well, welcome back to our second match here at the AJ Bell England Squash Championships. Got Alicia Mead against Georgina Kennedy on court. So Alicia Mead on the right-hand side of the screen as we look at it. She's currently number 88 in the world. Hails from Birmingham, trains at the Edgbaston Priory Club. There's a lot of work with Mike Harris there. The left-hander does cause people some problems when she plays them. She lost against Millie Tomlinson yesterday, 3-1, in a pretty tightly contested match on the traditional courts. So looking forward to seeing how she's performing here on the glass. Well, she's up against Georgina Kennedy, former European champion at junior level, under 19s. Kennedy down currently at 167 in the world, which of course isn't a true reflection of her level. She got as high as number 70 back in 2016, but she of course has been in America studying. She went to Harvard, where she actually did incredibly well in college squash, winning the individual championships on quite a few occasions, just to really sort of show the class that she has. And then when she has been here, she's only played that one tournament which we put on in this venue here, the AJ Bell England Squash Championship, and she won that, beating Millie Tomlinson 3-2 in the final. It's her first outing today. She didn't play yesterday. So again, it's just very intriguing to see where the players are at. Everyone's at slightly different stages here, so you never know what to expect.
Well, it was impressive really from Georgina Kennedy to win that tournament, considering she hadn't really had much squash behind her in terms of competitive play. So everyone responds differently. Forward to seeing Alicia Mead, see what she can produce here. I haven't seen her play before, watched a little bit of her match against Millie Tomlinson, just caught the last game on court 4 yesterday. Able to cause a few problems for Tomlinson.
2021 women's round robin match. Alicia Mead of England to serve, Georgina Kennedy of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Level.
Well, here we go. Alicia Mead is going to start off this first game. Oh, both players just clunking the wall before they settle down. I just spoke to Sarah Jane Perry, and although we feel a lot warmer out here, she said it was deader and colder on the court than yesterday.
Didn't look it.
No, that's what she said. That's what I mean. She said she tried to hit a few drives to the back initially, and the ball was going nowhere, so she thought she might as well just drop it, which she did very well. but she said it was warming up, so I think as the day goes on, it's just gonna keep warming up with the heaters. Kennedy, incredible athlete, very powerful on the squash court. You can see that intent. She's always had that positivity with the body language, loves the physicality of squash.
There's a real sort of sense of determination about Georgina Kennedy when she's on court. She really hustles, gets up on the tee very early after a shot. Doesn't give much away.
No, you have to really earn your points, don't you, against Kennedy? When you are as physical as that, though, that's what you need to bring to the court. That needs to be the foundation of your squash. Exactly,
it's using your strengths well, you know, at the same time as working on the areas of your game that need to improve. But she certainly gets the best out of herself every time she steps on court.
Yeah, but it's like that in practice and training as well. Her and Amelia Henley, when they used to be on junior squads, junior England squads, they're great role models because they're just leading by example all the time, and they're just determined. They really get stuck in, and it makes such a difference when you've got characters like that. Because it's infectious and it drags people with them, and especially when you see, you know, those two would just be competing with anyone on the court. So you put them in with the boys, and they'd be up for it, and they'd be going at them and taking them on physically, and it was brilliant to see. It was brilliant to have to work with. Well, it's a fast pace being set here between these two. Mead doing very well to recover in this rally. I think for me that's what you need to do, and if you're Mead in this situation, you've got to use the height, you've got to lift, take the pace out of the game. You don't want it fast and furious because you don't want to play on Kennedy's terms. There you go. That's one of the benefits. If you keep getting the ball back, you just make your opponent hit one more, and then here, rather than playing the simple cross court, you feel like you've got to force it a bit.
7-3.
Well, the game being played very much on Kennedy's terms so far, and you can just sense from Mead that she's feeling rushed, scurrying about, but she's not bringing the right pace into the game with her squash. As you said, Drubo, she needs to settle things down on there.
9-3.
She's allowing herself to be dragged into this fast-paced game. Huge lead now for Kennedy.
We're just not seeing that cross court from Kennedy. 7 game balls for the player from Kent. Nice attack from Mead. Saves 1 game ball, but still 6 remaining for Kennedy. Well, the error from Mead means that Kennedy closes out this first game. Six-minute first game, 11-5 for Georgina Kennedy. She's leading Alicia Mead by 1 game to love.
Well, a perfect first game for Georgina Kennedy. Quite fast pace. She's getting up high on the tee, trying to push the pace as much as possible, and Alicia Mead unable to slow things down, to find any time for herself on there. She's got to use that front wall, try and get the ball running into the back, get Georgina Kennedy away from that tee position if she can, and control the pace a little bit.
made me chuckle at the start of this game when these two were knocking up. They had about 1 minute on one side because they heard the referee from the other court call half time, and the other court had been on court. They'd started earlier, and these two had literally only gone on court, I reckon, maybe 30 seconds to a minute, and the referee called half time.
Just
they
quietly followed the referee's instructions.
Yeah, from the other court.
Yeah.
Didn't mind, did they? Let's crack on. You'd probably not even bother giving Kennedy a warm up, and she'd be like, "Yep, let's go. I just want to play."
Yeah. Kennedy just able to run onto every ball. Mead, the shots from Mead weren't poor, but she's just not. She needs to stop and just hold the ball ever so slightly. She's not stopping Kennedy's movement at all, and she had time to do that there. It's just being read by Kennedy.
You got to not let Kennedy run and not let her play at pace.
4 love, left side.
Be like trying to trade with Gohar, wouldn't it? It's like that kind of thing. You don't want to get into that type of game.
That's better from Mead. Just using the left. Well, to no avail, but much better use of the front wall in that rally from Mead.
Kennedy looking very comfortable and confident on the court, though. Trademark kill from a left-hander.
Better from Mead, just paused ever so slightly for a split second on the shot, and it stopped Kennedy's movement.
It's not even there. It's as soon as pace gets injected, and the problem is, as a player, you're always thinking that you're a bit too passive if you're lifting, so you want to look for the opportunities to add the pace. You've really got to be, when you're playing someone that's as physical as Kennedy, you've got to be so careful when you do it. It has to really be on your terms. And then you have to realise that actually just lifting is causing damage. It's like there, you want to run on and hit the ball, but you're almost better off running on stopping and then lifting the ball.
Yeah, it's almost more important than the quality of the shot. If Kennedy knows where the ball's going, then it has to be an out-and-out winner for her not to get it back.
It's been a good response from Mead, though, because it was a big lead and a really good start for Kennedy, and she's done well to get herself back to 5 here. I mean, the problem is, and it's like the first, you win a few points back, but the damage is already done. And with that damage, Kennedy now has a 5-game board. Just forcing it. Going too low with that drop shot, so 11-5 that game for Georgina Kennedy. Just 5 minutes in duration, another 11-5. 2-love to Kennedy, and she's leading by 2 games to love.
Another quick game. Possibly not a great matchup really for Mead, who looks like she's more comfortable playing at a one-paced, quite quick game, but she's met her match against Georgina Kennedy, and this is just playing into Kennedy's hands. Every time Mead's on the ball, she's just hitting it early at pace. Kennedy knows exactly where the ball's going. She's able to move in a nice rhythm, and it's just really playing into the into Kennedy's hands, and a comfortable 2-love lead. It's been very impressive, Georgina Kennedy, so far in this match. Let's see what Mead can produce in this third.
Nice shot into the back of the court by Kennedy.
Oh, she's getting so early onto every shot that Mead plays into the front of the court. It's being read like a book. Again there. Putting so much pressure onto her opponent with that movement.
Out. 7-1.
Kennedy looking very confident on that. 7-point lead. Oh, that's a brilliant volley boast. Getting that ball into the space so quickly. Just pounces on that. Look how quickly that ball goes round and bounces twice. Nice finish, or attempted finish, but Kennedy is just charging onto those balls at the front of the court. Slamming it away. 9 match balls for a rampeding Kennedy. There you go. Finishes the match off.
11-5, 11-5, 11-1 played.
20 minutes for Georgina Kennedy to take out that 3-love win against Alicia Mead. She's done it 11-5, 11-5, 11-1.
Well, very impressive display from Georgina Kennedy, who just seemed to know exactly where the ball was going all the time, using a movement to get onto it early in the front and then putting pressure on with the counter-attack. Alicia Mead, tough day for her. It's not her natural game to slow things down, and she was unable to put any pressure really on Kennedy squash. Very comfortable second match for Kennedy.
So 2 matches done and dusted here at the AJ Bell England Squash Championships, and we've got our next one up. It's the men's entering the day, and it will be Patrick Rooney against Tom Walsh. Those two will be on court at 11:30, so 20 minutes time. See you then. Welcome back. It's the men who now enter the fray here at the AJ Bell England Squash Championship. Got Patrick Rooney up against Tom Walsh on court. So slightly different format to the women's event. In the men's groups, we've got 4 groups of 3 players. These 2 are in Group B. Of course, George Parker got the win against Tom Walsh 3-1 yesterday on the traditional court. And now it's Patrick's first match against Tom Walsh here. So he's yet to establish himself. The other ones, we can see James Wahlstrop and Declan James both sitting pretty with maximum points at the top of their pools. And then Charlie Lee with a 3-1 win against Tom Richards, who's unfortunately withdrawn. So it's going to be a bit of a playoff to see who gets through between Charlie Lee and Richie Fallows, which is up next. Looking forward to that one. Well, just concentrating on this match. Tom Walsh on the left-hand side of the screen. He's actually wearing that French top as a tribute to and in memory of his close friend Enzo Corigliano, who unfortunately passed away in December last year. That was actually, he's only ever traded one England top, and it was that one that he swapped with Enzo when he was 14. So nice and fitting tribute from him to his close friend, who of course he lost sadly. So thoughts are of course with Enzo's family. Well, Tom Walsh is up against Patrick Rooney. Very rangy player, prolific volleyer, Rooney. Difficult to play against, causes players a lot of problems when he plays them. He's currently number 52 in the world, so he's just at that point where he's getting into the PSA tournaments. By contrast, it's been a year exactly since Tom Walsh played his last event, 366 days or something. Whereas Rooney, of course, is just starting to get himself where he can compete against those players, and he's trying to establish himself. It's actually his highest world ranking to date, the 23-year-old. So both players going off to go through their final preparations before they return to the court.
Thank you. That's very nice to hear.
Of course, Walsh has already played one match, but this is his first match on the glass court, which of course is very different. And Rooney spent a considerable amount of time here in squads, and of course at the previous AJ Bell England Squash Championship that we hosted here. So he'll be pretty settled on this court.
Yeah, he played very well at that England Squash Challenge event, just losing out in a very tight match against George Parker in the final.
Yeah, it was a good match that between those two.
It was really good. Very, very entertaining. And there will be a repeat of that match later on this evening. George Parker and Patrick Rooney in the same pool.
Men's round robin match. Tom Walsh of England to serve, Patrick Rooney of England to receive. Best of 5 games, love all.
So here we go. It's going to be Tom Walsh to start this match off.
It will take a very clinical performance from Patrick Rooney to try and cut down in his court time in preparation for his next match.
Down. One love.
Amazing how often you're rewarded for a really good length on this court. You get outright winners into the back if you hit the right spots. Well, it just
And out, 1-all.
it exaggerates quality squash, doesn't it? Because it speeds the whole process up when you get a court like this.
It exaggerates quality squash and it also exaggerates poor quality squash.
Yes, it certainly does. There's no hiding place. So unforgiving and a tough place to be when it's not quite clicking for you.
Down and out,
Really
2-1.
not quite getting onto that one.
Down and out, 2-all.
That's a great get from both players in that front left-hand corner.
Nice. So good around the middle, Patrick Rooney.
3-2. Down. 4-2.
Really good attack with the boast. Again, he gets a good mix, Rooney, between the early ball and the hold. He loves to hold, but he's starting to
5-2
appreciate
left box.
the simple and early ball as well. So you'll see that he actually finishes off rallies in a slightly simpler way, whereas he never used to do that. He would keep overcomplicating it with holds and trying to do something tricky, whereas what he needs to appreciate is once you've done the damage with the difficult shot, the simple ball is just what is required next.
Yeah, that's interesting because that's always what I've thought about Sarah Jane Perry. Actually, who's got a lot of options on the ball, and every now and then she just overcomplicates things, and sometimes the simple, obvious shot, get on early, is the right choice. And I think she's starting to understand that a bit more now.
6-2.
I mean, me and you went the wrong way here. This is a great shot from Rooney. Again, you have to try and cover all options, which then makes the straight ball that much more effective as well. So, good balance so far from Rooney.
Makes what he's doing look very natural and very easy. He's got a real sort of flow to the way he plays.
He's clearly thought about his outfit as well, because he's matching the court perfectly with his kit, Rooney.
It's probably a happy accident.
No, he's looked after every detail. Look, the shoes match the top, and the top matches the court. Yeah, it's just clipped the top of the tin.
And out, 3-7.
It's very fair as well, Rooney. What a shot.
Oh, so
And
good.
out, 8-3.
But again, he set up like a drive. So he
So
sets
good.
up in a drive position, but then it's that late change of just cutting down the back of the ball, and
Brilliant.
it means it bounces twice very quickly.
Down
So subtle.
and out for 8.
You could tell that it was subtle, couldn't you? Because Walsh didn't move. So Tom Walsh is actually, he's based down at Berkhamsted, where he trains now under the guidance of Adam Fuller and Paul Carter there. And of course, when he's back home, he gets across to see Tim Vale. So he's got a lot of good support in his backup team.
Down and out, 5-9.
Well, good pace and depth on that cross court, just getting far enough out the reach of Rooney's Go-Go Gadget arms. Oh, nicely put away.
And
Converts that
out, 10-5.
opportunity.
Game ball.
5 game balls for Rooney.
Down. 11-5. Game
So
for
the
Rooney.
error from
Rooney
Walsh
leads
means
1
that
game to
Rooney
love.
takes the first game.
Sorry, Patrick, if you could clean the ball. Thank you.
Yeah, the referee just saying to Rooney if he could clean the ball when he comes off the court. There's the towels there. 9 minutes after that first game. 11-5 for Patrick Rooney, and he's leading Tom Walsh by 1 game to love.
Good start for Rooney, looking very comfortable on this court. The full array of shots. And just what we talked about yesterday in the Declan James match, just that extra little bit of quality on every shot, and then the finishing ability making the difference. Walsh not doing a huge amount wrong, a few errors maybe, but struggling to read Rooney around the front and just allowing him onto the volley on a few too many occasions. So 1-love lead for Patrick Rooney.
Fifteen seconds. Rooney leads. 1 game to love. Love all.
So very confident looking Rooney starts off this second game. Looking looking very composed on the squash court. The rangy player.
Stroke to Rooney. 1-love. Down and out. 1-all.
Again, it has to be Walsh's task to keep the middle of the court away from Rooney. He has to send him into the corners. Can't let a player who loves to dominate through the middle spend too much time there. You have to take the volley away from them, and you have to make them look to attack from difficult positions. Or you're just going to be scurrying from corner to corner.
Easier said than done, that's for sure. Has to be very, very good quality. Well, we haven't talked about Rooney's movement so far. He gets a lot of balls back, reads the game very, very well, which helps him with that ability to get on the volley as well.
Yes, let. 2-1.
Oh, that's a great shot.
That's an outrageous shot.
Looked good to me. Ball was good.
It was great.
And out 2-all.
That is impressive, that.
He does things like that so casually that it's easy to underestimate how difficult that is to do.
Good tactics here from Walsh. He's trying to lift the ball away from Rooney. Give himself time, get himself position on the court.
Well, he's already managed to extend the rallies a lot more in the early stages of this second game.
The problem with it, though, then, is you have to not become too passive. You've got to find out where your attack comes from, as well as that base that you sort of lay the foundation with. Good rally, this. Nicely finished. That was good squash from both players. Patient build-up from Walsh, biding his time, getting himself into position, and then finishing it off superbly well up high on the volley. So he needs to find his outright winners, doesn't he? He's going to need, what, 7 or 8 winners per game against Rooney, and he's got to work out where they come from.
So he's creating a little bit more distance now as well, because he's getting that ball running into the corners.
Down.
Doesn't need to do
and
that.
Out 3-all.
Made this
3-all.
early phase already a lot tougher than the first game.
Down and out 4-3. Out and out 4-all.
Was irritated with himself for missing it, but still the right shot from Walsh. Definitely adjusted his tactics and got them right here. Now it's just about how well he can execute them.
Yeah, hitting with a lot more purpose now,
And out,
Walsh.
5-4.
Much more severity
5-4.
with his final shot there as well.
Down.
Yeah, and then the other thing is because Rooney's not quite as settled as he was, you then get a few little errors as well. So there's been a couple there now. That is a great shot from Walsh. Nicely taken in. Safe on the front wall, but angled such so it's running into the sidewall. So you saw his target was clearly front wall floor and then moving into the sidewall. And that just takes the risk out of the shot, but also makes it very difficult because it's obviously very hard to get the ball off the sidewall on the glass. Well, on any court, I guess, if you use the sidewall well. Lovely touch from Rooney. I don't think Rooney quite realises the problems he causes opponents on the squash court. I don't think, you know, because, like say, he does stuff so casually. I don't think he quite understands that that causes people a lot of problems. Like, he's a natural volleyer. And he can take the ball so early, and then he can leave the ball really short and has a lot of options and hold. But for him, that's natural, and he's a real sort of perfectionist and beats himself up about things. And I don't think he's quite looked at it from the opponent's perspective, where it's actually brutal for them. You get players like that sometimes, don't you, that aren't quite aware of what they're achieving in rallies. I think once he gets that understanding, it'll become, you know, it'll just take him up another notch.
7-all. And out, 8-7. Out. 9-7. And out, 8-9. Down. And out, 10-8. Game ball. 10-8.
2 game balls here for Tom Walsh. Well, Rooney able to save one of them.
9-10, game ball.
Still very positive, even though he's 2 game balls down. Rooney still taking that attacking shot on. Again, is a really good exchange at the front of the court, and then he's got the reward of that join at the front. Ball going absolutely nowhere. That's the way you want to close out a game. See this, look, goes absolutely nowhere. Meant to be straight down the wall, and Rooney was waiting for that.
I couldn't believe that a second.
Rooney waiting through the middle, goes nowhere. Thank you very much. Game to Walsh. So tactically much better from Tom Walsh that game, taking it 11-9 in 11 minutes. He's managed to level this match with Patrick Rooney at 1 game all.
Well, a fluky last point for Walsh, but a well-deserved game. He played much better, a lot more intensity and a lot more purpose to everything he was doing. He took away the middle of the court from Rooney, starved him of those volley opportunities much more. And also that created opportunities for himself, which he took very well. A lot of winners and a couple of errors as well. Much more pressure on Rooney, and he hit the tin a couple of times. So Rooney needs to respond now. Walsh has upped the quality of what he's doing. One love.
Well, a few questions here being asked by Walsh of Rooney. That's what we want to see. These players really challenging each other. Oop.
Two love.
Nice finish from Walsh. Good start to this game. Nice little hold. It's amazing what the hold does when you can get your player or your opponent committing to a shot. Both players down this backhand side are getting good change of racket head speed in the shot. And immediately that just gives you that element of deception because the swing starts slow and then it speeds up at the point of contact. Of course, to be able to do that well, you need to be approaching the ball with the racket ready.
Hand out, 1-2.
Well, quite a lot of front court little exchanges in these opening rallies, which you've got to think would favour Rooney. Walsh just needs to be very disciplined with his squash. He'll certainly take his opportunities, but basic game has to be very solid.
Yeah, I mean that was the wrong option, wasn't it? He was at full stretch. He wasn't balanced, and actually the straight ball was on. So where he'd used the hold and flick before, it was perfect. There it was. See, if you weren't a prolific volleyer, that would be quite difficult. But for Rooney, he just loves that reaction volley. It's his first instinct every single time.
3-2. 4-2.
Do you feel that, you know, you were saying about the front suits Rooney, but he needs to have a balance with finding the back as well, and he's not really getting the ball to the back of the court enough at the moment. So Walsh is having to cover the middle of the court and the front of the court, and he's not having to go to the back of the court. Unless he chooses to, because he could have taken that earlier as well.
I'm not sure either of them are really finding the back of the court at the minute. Everything's sort of mid-court and forward.
And out 3-4.
Lovely hold.
And out.
He did well there, Walsh.
Stopped him in his tracks.
Thought the other thing that he did well in that was he actually put, you saw he put extra onto his length, so he hit the ball a bit harder than before, and it just got another foot on the depth into the back of the court. Decent lead now for Walsh. He's got to be on guard though, because Rooney can rattle off points very quickly. So never rest on your laurels.
Yes,
oh, I think he's going to go no let.
6-3, left box.
I think you've got to be very careful as a player stopping there. Should be going through and playing that really, shouldn't you?
I didn't think that was a let. I thought it was just a little bit close with the swing, maybe.
Did you think he was at the ball to hit it? I thought he still had to go to get to the ball. Nice shot there.
And
good lift into the back of the court from Rooney.
Yes, let.
Well, the referee feeling he was wrong-footed and could recover to go get that ball.
4-6.
See if he could. Ball did just pop up. Benefit the doubt going to Walsh and his movement.
7-4.
He was quite heavy and quite a wide base. That's all I would have said with that, but understand the logic. That is a very good shot.
5-7.
Bang, bang from Rooney.
Six, 7.
So a couple of straight winners from Rooney to get himself within 1 point. Lovely variation there with this volley lift. Again, all those little subtleties. Yeah, the straight option. Just simplified things a little bit in these last few rallies, Rooney.
Down. 8-7.
Well, it's been a really good push from Rooney. Won 4 points very quickly.
out. And out, 8-all.
Well, that tight ball in the front of the court was just good enough to throw the lob out from Rooney.
8-all.
So it halts the charge. Ah, what a
So risky.
And out.
exquisite
Well.
touch.
9-8.
What can you do?
I mean, it's ridiculous. So
10-8.
watch this. I mean,
Oh.
absolutely ridiculous.
The shot just on its own would have been good enough.
Oh dear. 2-game balls for Rooney. Yeah, nice finish.
11-8.
That was good balance
Rooney.
of
Rooney
shot
leads.
selection and different
2 games to
variations
1.
by Rooney in that last rally. Well contested third game, but it's Patrick Rooney who takes it 11-8, and he's now leading Tom Walsh by 2 games to 1.
Well, we talked about the ability of Rooney to rattle off points, and he was really in danger at one stage of going 2-1 down in this match. I think Walsh had a 3-point lead at one stage at 7-4, but Rooney really knuckling down at the right time. Just simplified things a little bit, straightened up, and then opened out with the variations at the right time, cut out the errors, and a very solid spell of play at the end of that to close out the third game. 2-1 lead for Rooney.
Rooney leads 2 games to 1. Rooney to serve. Love all.
So it's Rooney to start off this fourth game. He's got a 2-1 lead against Walsh. Again, Walsh getting the tactics right, just couldn't quite do it well enough or long enough to get him over the finishing line in that third game. Bang.
Love.
I mean, what a finish. And it goes.
Yeah, wicked. Down.
See, that's what you need to do, isn't it?
And out,
Is
1-all.
if you get the ball into difficult areas, a player like Rooney is still going to take it on because they can't resist. They
He was fully committed to that volley, no matter where that ball was. It's tight on the wall, quite high.
Yeah, you sort of got to accept that they're going to make it happen through the middle of the court. But if you can get the ball moving away from them and tie it against the side wall, just out of reach, so it's overstretching, they will still take it on, and then you've got to pounce to be able to finish it off if it does go up. You can't allow a player like Rooney to be settled through that middle.
Down. And out, 2-1. Out. 3-1.
Important time now for Walsh. He's really got to string a couple of big rallies together, because if he doesn't, you feel like Rooney could run away with it.
Yeah, well, they're the giveaway points that Walsh really can't afford. We know that Rooney can rattle off points if there is a deficit, but Walsh needs to be the more solid and disciplined of the two. Oh, nice.
Unbelievable. I can't believe Rooney got that ball back.
Down.
Didn't get that one though.
3-all.
A couple of great gets in the front corner there.
Down. Hand out, 4-3. Oh, sorry, correction, 4-3.
Oh, and again.
Hand out, 4-all.
That's a wicked little finish. Great shot.
Yes, let's. 4-all. Down. 5-4. Hand out, 5-all.
Bit of a barrage here for Walsh to weather in this rally. He's doing well though, because he's lifting and making sure he's getting himself into the rally. Also using his movement and physicality to scramble to get the shots back. It's the other thing, when you are playing someone like Rooney, you've got to accept that there's going to be times where you've just got to hang on in there for a bit, for dear life. And if you do, then you can get yourself and establish yourself back in.
6-5.
Just onto the top of the tin.
And out, 6-all. Down.
And again,
7-6.
straight onto the top. So 1 point lead for Walsh. He certainly doesn't get put off, does he, from attacking Rooney? A couple of errors, but he's still persisting with the boast.
Yeah, but you're right with what you were saying, you know, maybe lacking that recognition of how much pressure he was putting Walsh under in that phase and then giving him those 2 errors.
Out. 8-7. Say again? 8-7. Yes.
Oh, that's good. Well played by Tom Walsh.
Hand out.
That's a really good rally.
Rooney will be absolutely desperate to close this out. He's got another match. Don't forget, against George Parker later on today. Walsh fighting for survival. This will be the end of the line for him if he loses this game.
That's very good.
Just made sure.
10-8.
He also
knew where it was going, just had to be good.
Yeah, I think he realised, didn't he, how far out of position he'd got Walsh there, and that's good understanding. 2 match balls for Rooney. Oh, he's done it again.
Knock it up.
11-8.
Deft touch from Rooney.
3 games to 1.
He's forgotten that he needs his racket to be able to shake hands.
11-5.
Not quite used to that yet, old Rooney.
11-8.
Beautiful finish. really nicely taken in to finish it off. Good quality match, enjoyable match between these two. Rooney realising he needs the racket to be able to do the tap, but then uses his hand instead. 47 minutes, 3-1, Patrick Rooney overcoming the challenge of Tom Walsh. But really entertaining stuff between these two. 11-5, 9-11, 11-8, 11-8.
Yeah, great match between these two. End of the line for Walsh, but he's certainly got the most out of both of his matches. 2 3-1 defeats. Rooney, just too much firepower in the end on the volley. Walsh had him under a lot of pressure and really forced him to up the quality in that third game, managing to close it out in 4 and conserving just that little bit of energy and doing that for his next match later this evening.
Yeah, so Patrick Rooney goes off to recharge. He's got a big match coming up later. And talking a bit big matches, it's winner takes all in the match between Richie Fallows and Charlie Lee to see who progresses into the top playoff or the semi-finals between those two. As you see, Charlie Lee's already making his way on court, so we'll be right back. Well, welcome back to our last match of the morning session here. Well, crossing over into the afternoon, of course. But it is Richie Fallows against Charlie Lee. And there'll be a short break after this match. Charlie Lee, he's down at 688 in the world. He's the wildcard pick for this tournament. Of course, he's suffered with a lot of injuries and chronic fatigue and things like that. So his highest ranking was in 2018, where he was number 82 in the world. So his standard is much better than 688 in the world. Got a win 3-1 against Tom Richards yesterday, who of course has had to withdraw, unfortunately. He did play the England Squash Challenge here back in November as well. Him and Richie Fallows actually played there in a head-to-head, and Fallows won that one. So a bit of a rematch. Well, Charlie Lee's up against Richie Fallows, the man in your picture. He's currently number 53 in the world. His highest is number 50, but he's sort of been there or thereabouts for a while now. And in fact, it was December 2017 he reached that highest ranking. So it shows that he's been a number of years around the 50s, and it's time for Fallows to look to make a bit of a move. It's his first match in this competition. He's been pretty consistent with his work ethic and his training of late, so going to be interesting to see if there's a correlation between that and an improvement in his match play and his tournament play. Very capable. He's had some good wins. He had a good win in Qatar where he got to the second round, so it's all there. It's just going to take a little bit of discipline and consistency from Fallows to fulfill his potential.
Yeah, it's tough, isn't it? It's a good effort to get into that top 50 at a reasonably early stage of his career, but it's just plateaued a little bit. And has to make that next step, really, if he doesn't want to sort of stagnate with his progress.
AJ Bell, England Squash Championships 2021 men's round robin match. Charlie Lee of England to serve. Richie Fallows of
Should be a
England
good match, this.
Best of 5 games.
Looking forward to it.
Level.
So it's going to be Charlie Lee to start off the match. He has a really good understanding on the court. He's very intelligent as a squash player. He gets the ball moving away from his opponent a lot. I think his weight of shot is good.
Go through and play.
And as I said, he's always looking to move the ball away from the opponent.
And he's done that already in that rally. Just that extra bit of bite on the shot.
Stop.
Oh.
Stop. I didn't call. Wait until I call the score, please. Wait until I call the score. I was shouting stop. I just had a technical issue with the iPad. 1 love.
I mean, you do have to wait for the referee to call the score. He's obviously in the zone here, Charlie Lee.
To Fallows.
Sorry, but it's a tight shot.
Hand out. 1-all. Stroke to Fallows. 2-1.
Nice touch.
And out.
There's a lot cut on this ball from Lee. That's what allows him to have a full flow of the racket, is the way that the strings cut through the ball. Means there's no resistance or tension in the arm when you take that ball in short.
Athlete Richie Fallows. You can see that presence in the middle of the court, the physical presence.
Thought he got it. I thought it was right, that ball. Saw Fallows asking about it. Yeah, he's quite physical. Probably doesn't use it as much as he could.
And out 3-2.
To impose himself on opponents. Quite nomadic in the squash sense, Fallows. He never really settles off. He hasn't found his main base yet.
More effort to play the ball.
And I would say that probably also translates into the fact that he's, you know, been around that 50 in the world mark for some time now.
Yeah,
make the effort to play.
It's tough, isn't it, to sometimes work out what it is that's stopping
3-3.
that progress, and sometimes it's not necessarily a full overhaul of what you're doing, but it's just having the ability to look honestly at what you're doing and where you need to make the changes, which is, can be different in every situation.
Down. And out. 4-3.
Two just having words with each other. Lee feeling that there's no need for Fallows to go into his back, and Fallows saying that actually the clearance wasn't very good.
Yes, let. 4-3. Down. 5-3. Yes, let.
Didn't even see what happened there.
I think he just either stood on his foot or got caught.
Stroke to Fallows. Stroke to Fallows. 6-3.
Well, we can hear Andrea loud and clear, but the players are struggling a little bit.
And out. 4-6.
Just been trading points, haven't really got into settled rallies just yet. I don't know if that happened the last time these two played here and we were commentating, but I just got a serious case of deja vu.
Can't remember that. I can't really remember that match.
I thought you were
It's
looking
quite-
blankly when
yeah.
I said that they played before in this.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's all a blur, eh, Vanessa?
Yeah, life is just one big blur.
When you're living in the fast lane.
Yeah, yeah, in Harrogate, yeah.
5-6.
I feel like it was quite comfortable. Was it quite comfortable win for Fallows?
It was 3-1.
Good up. Thank you. 6-all.
(3-1) with 2 tie breaks. Third game was 14-12. 56 minutes. That's a good working boast from Fallows. Just testing out the movement, stretching out the court for Lee.
And out, 7-6.
Well, a couple of slightly cheaper points
8-6.
handed to Fallows, especially when Lee had just got himself back level.
Down.
Oop.
And out, 7-8.
Yeah, nicely done. Saw that was using your movement and physicality, because Fallows attacks this with the body, and immediately you think you got cover that someone's going to hit hard. So it's clever. Haven't seen that. Yeah.
And out.
Tell you what though, if you watch
8-9.
Fallows' shot here, look at the racket face. It's very closed and flicky, so that ball is never going to go deep. So he's going to leave it in the middle of the court, and of course then he sort of got punished with the join. So easy on the forehand for the racket face to close over, and then the ball won't go where it needs to go.
9-0.
Backhand, it doesn't happen so much, because naturally in our preparations the racket face is more open, so you get the ball shaping how you want it and travelling through. You're able to follow through a lot better and easier.
Stroke to follow.
Again, when it rains it pours. It's going to be a stroke, I think. It's frustration, but I think the frustration is probably more with himself and with the situation than the actual decision.
Just pulled the ball in towards him and didn't clear. He's trying to, not quite enough space.
He needs another step. You know, it needs another half step across, I think. He's in the swing still. I think I mean he's still there when the ball goes in.
Stroke to follow. Decision upheld.
Almost stopped a fraction short of where he needed to get to. He needed another half step to the side and he'd have been fine. So game ball for Fallows. Fallows finding the length in the court. I'm not sure what he's berating at the end of that. Throwing his arms around.
It's just for PSA squash, it's not for you guys.
So 12-minute first game, 11-9 for Richie Fallows. He's leading by 1 game to love.
I think he was just a bit annoyed with having to go through some interference, but there's no need. It was completely unintentional. Just needs to curb that instinct to get argumentative on there. I don't think it helps him at all. Just played those last 3 rallies quite well, just solidified a little bit towards the end of the game. Fallows, was well contested first game between these two, a little bit scrappy in the early stages, but some good squash in there as well. It was Fallows that took first blood.
Level.
So Fallows starts off the second game. Well, there's intensity in that rally. Again though, Fallows not finding the corner, so Lee operating through the middle of the court. It's going to be a stroke.
Stroke to Lee.
I mean, I'm not sure what Fallows is hoping for there. It can only be a stroke.
2-love. Yes, lads. 2-love. Down.
You can see the intensity's been lifted by Lee. He's
1-2.
looking to take the ball a bit earlier, but he's also trying to add a bit of pace onto the ball when he's hitting it, getting it into areas as quickly as possible. You can see it in the striking every time he hits the ball. Just a little bit extra on it from the first game.
That's a great shot. Fallows had to cover the possibility of the cross court, well straightened by Lee.
It's impressive, isn't it, when you think of, you know, the problems he's faced injury-wise and with the body, health-wise, that he still operates at this level consistently. Lee. Up or down?
Thought it sounded down, but
I'm not sure.
Looked up.
I'm going to play a let. No, I'm going to
Brilliant.
play a let. I'm not sure either way. I've given you the decision. Play a let, please. 4-1.
We can't check it
left.
to line.
Can't check it. Play on, Mr. Fallows. 4-1 from the left.
It's well controlled and settled down by Andrea Santamaria.
5-1.
well, Fallows has gone a bit walkabout here.
I do think it's the intent that Lee's shown right at the beginning, though. It's sort of just thrown Fallows. It's not allowed him to settle into any kind of rhythm. So he's not even got himself going in this game yet. He's been caught on the hop slightly. That's a nice shot. It's one of the first times that Lee's actually missed his target on the length.
Well, so I think when you're playing against a player like Fallows, when he starts sort of engaging with the referee, trying to look for arguments, that's just going to solidify his opponent.
Well, we are going to have a look at the pick-up call. We're going to have a look at it, I think, so just looking for the replay. Here we go. I mean, looks like he gets that, doesn't he? I mean, that's fine, isn't it? Huh?
I thought we were looking at double hit, though.
It's hit the double nick.
Oh.
No, that's hit the floor.
So we're going to play a let ball.
It's gone like that.
Because it was called by the referee.
So it's a let, yeah? What's the call? No, it's not his point. I was about to win that point if you didn't stop it.
It's just a let ball, isn't it? Because it was stopped by the referee, so I think Charlie Lee's right here.
It's 2-5.
Yeah, I did. You're right. Yes, correction. We're playing a let on it. I stopped the point.
3-5.
2.
Oh, I thought she said 3-5.
Sorry.
It's 2-5 from the right.
2-5
Fallows
from
serving.
the right. 2-5 from the right.
Next time, don't say anything. I'm not sure.
So basically, the referee actually called it wrongly down, and then when we looked at it, that was the stop. That's what caused the rally to stop. So that's why we were replaying the point. Trouble for Fallows. They're not quite able to make him pay that time. Tough rally this, it's important. One error from Fallows.
Good pressure from Lee in that rally.
And out. 6-2.
That was a big rally, I think. See if Lee continues this move now.
Hand out. 3-6. To Lee. And out. 7-3.
Feels like quite a long way back for Fallows at this point. Slightly different, isn't it, to the last game where 4 points didn't seem much for, say, someone like Rooney and his style of play to make back. But it just shows when the different types of players, how the scoreboard is perceived differently.
Yes, let's.
We're going to go for a review here, are we, or not?
Yes, let's.
Both players looking shocked out at the back of the court.
Who's going to review it?
7-3.
Neither. It's fair enough, I think. That's a great shot. That is really nice touch through the middle of the court from Fallows.
Very tight work on that backhand side from Fallows to pull 2 quick points back. Oh, I was going to say one more and he's right back in this.
6-7.
Do think that sometimes Lee's guilty of just giving a run of points to the opponent.
No let.
Saw it in the previous game as well, where it went in runs of points rather than 1 point and hand out. It sort of it just flows a bit too easily, I think. Just has to find a way of trying to break down the momentum of the opponent. We've got a player review here on the no let. Ball sits up. It's just whether Lee's actually in position to go forwards or not.
Well, he's just not making any effort to move forward. He just stops dead.
Quick decision. we only look at it once.
7-all.
That's the problem, wasn't it? Because the ball actually sits up, but he just wasn't going anywhere towards the front. What's going to be no let? He slipped.
No let. No.
You can't have a let
No
for
let.
slipping.
No let. Room to go and play the ball. And you played the ball. Hand out. 8-7.
Very welcome point for Lee. Oh, that is a good. Yeah, it's a good get. It's a great shot. That's a carry.
That's a carry and a stroke.
Take your pick. Would you like the point?
Backhand work again from Fallows.
Yeah, 2 shots in a row there as well. This one's the carry. Just got stuck on the bracket there. Wrong shot selection from Fallows.
Well, you can see the frustration building.
What's he irritated with?
Well, I think losing that dominant position that he had in the game, partly.
I used to find that irritating. Used to do it a lot. Used to find it irritating.
Just feeling that lead just slipping away. He was in such a good position. Beautiful. Much needed.
9-all.
Interesting. I mean, the problem was Lee got stuck there, but what I was looking at was actually where the ball went, and the ball was slightly deeper than was expected by anyone, I think.
Mr. Fallows, there's too much discussion on balls. If you carry on speaking.
I mean, the problem was he got stuck there, didn't he? He played the shot and just got completely stuck.
Yeah,
so
very little effort to clear.
They're both getting slightly irritated with each other, but it's game ball for Fallows here. Oh, he's finished it off. Frustration from Lee. He'll be fuming with himself that he's lost that game. He had a 7-3 lead and he's ended up losing the game 11-9 in 14 minutes, and it means that Richie Fallows now has a 2-love lead.
Well, I can certainly understand why Lee is frustrated with himself. He was in such a good position. Had a 4-point lead, I think, in that game. Allowed it to slip away. Didn't really give it away with errors, but just maybe some bad choices. Didn't sort of be solid enough, disciplined enough in that phase when he had that lead. Allowed Fallows to get a couple of quick points on the board and a sniff of the game, and that was it. You can see there it was that phase, 7-4, the lead for Lee, and then four points on the board for Fallows to draw level at 7-all.
Accept the decisions and stop contesting every decision. That's it, no discussion. Play.
just baffling to me why Fallows is still continuing to try to argue with Andrew. He's 2-love up. He's in an unbelievable position here, considering he was 7-4 down in that second game.
30 seconds.
Absolutely determined to have an argument.
Yeah. He was even just told by the referee to stop challenging every decision.
Well, Lee just needs to reset himself here and go back, try and sort of find some sort of confidence from the kind of squash that he was playing, the damage he was doing with it in that second game.
Minimal interference.
Well, the referee calling minimal interference.
1-love.
Body language.
Oh, it's going to be a stroke.
Not looking good from Lee.
2-love.
It's a big psychological blow losing that second game.
Yeah, but he needs resistance here. He needs to be strong and show resistance in this game. You know, at the end of the day, yeah, 2-love is a scoreline, but it doesn't necessarily reflect what's been happening on the court, and you have to understand that, even though you're 2-love down. And I know it's difficult, but you have to stay strong and solid in doing what you're doing, because you can't forget that what you were doing actually got you really good lead.
Exactly. It was probably just those 2 points from 7-4. He allowed 2 quick points. Fallows to get back to 5-7. Just enough for Fallows to stay interested. And that was the only difference, really.
Nice tight shot from Lee. Fallows opting to try and roll the ball off the court, off the wall. But when you look at the depth on that ball and where the ball is, trying to roll it off is the most difficult shot. That's where you need to almost use the Jansher Khan-esque way of using the counter, where he would open the racket right up and use the strings, because then when the ball makes contact, the one place it wants to go is upwards and not down. So it's just choosing the right type of counter drop in those positions and situations. It sort of became very fashionable when Gaultier and Ramir Shaw came along, and they opted for sort of rolling the ball off as the counter right from the front, but they wouldn't do it from those positions where it's low and tight and further back.
Good decision.
Fallows, your first movement every time is into the back of your opponent. Make the effort to play the ball.
Good decision and good explanation there from Andrea.
Hand out, 2-4. Down. 3-4.
Just got that knack, hasn't he, Fallows, when he's desperate for points, when you feel like Lee's right in it in this middle phase of a game, he's got the knack of winning the points. Oh, and that's happened way too often for Lee's liking.
It has, a lot of strokes given away.
But it's always in that sort of area, isn't it? That middle area on the left-hand side. Trouble. Yeah, he was in trouble. The quality from the backhand has been pretty impressive from Fallows with his striking. When he's got
7-3 from the
the time and space, he's technically pretty good down that backhand side, and he's able to execute well.
Yeah, I think he's sensed as well that the resistance is fading from his opponent.
Down.
Well, that was on cue.
8-3.
When I say something, normally the player does the opposite. So.
Because they can actually hear you from the court.
True.
Yes, let. 8-3.
You know you're in trouble, like where we have to wear masks when people can't, if they can't hear me, then you've got no chance, have you?
Stroke.
Stroked Fallows.
Well, it's running away from Lee here.
The body language is gone. It's just a bit
9-3.
of a sullenness going on. Just giving away far too many cues to his opponent.
Hand out. 4-9.
Well, important points back for Lee. Still got a little way to go here, though. That's a good boast, but he needs to follow it up. He's allowed, that hold has actually allowed Lee to recover. Not actually done any damage.
Too worried about telling the referee.
Yeah.
Signalling to the ref.
I'm surprised he didn't do it again. He's definitely going to go ballistic if he loses this rally. Tough rally, that.
Play it, review, Lee on the
Well, we're getting a review. Lee certainly feeling it, throwing the ball in the direction of Fallows. I won't be quite as harsh as saying at Fallows.
The screen's gone off.
He was able to hold back.
It's a tired-looking movement onto the ball.
I feel like he left his hip in there a little bit, the shoulder, to make the contact happen rather than go through and play it. But very decisive video referee decisions, aren't we? None of this procrastinating or paralysis by analysis. Straight in there. So 5 match balls for Fallows, and he needs one of them.
Fallows, 3 games to love. 11-9, 11-9, 11-5.
So Charlie Lee goes off disappointed. Fallows taking that one in 37 minutes, 3-love. He took them 11-9, 11-9, and then 11-5 in that third game.
Well, the time and the score not really reflecting the match. It was a lot tougher than it might look if you just looked at the scoreboard. Charlie Lee in a great position in that second game, had a 7-4 lead, just let it slip. And that was the turning point. He allowed Fallows back into that game. Fallows went on to sneak it, and then the resistance really faded from Charlie Lee. Unfortunately, he just needs to toughen up in those situations. There was no reason for him to be like that. He was playing very well in that first and second game, really.
Well, just confirmation of that match in Group C. Richie Fallows at the top of it, and of course Tom Richards has had to withdraw, so he can't contest it. So we're done and dusted in Group C. Group A, Nick Wall getting a good win, 3-love over Josh Masters. So he's playing James Wilstrop to see who will top that one. And then we've got a rematch of the final that we had here at the AJ Bell England Squash Challenge between Parker and Rooney to decide who goes through there. And then Miles Jenkins getting a good win, 3-1 in 43 minutes against Joe Lee. So he's contesting his match against Declan James. So we've got a few live matches going on later today. Well, that's our first matches done, all 4 of them. We've got 5 more still to come here today. We have got a short break now until the next one. It will be Sarah Jane Perry returning after a morning match. She's up against Julianne Courtice. Those two will start off the afternoon session at 3:30, and we will be back then for more AJ Bell England Squash. See you then. Welcome back to the evening session, or afternoon stroke evening session here on day 2 of the AJ Bell England Squash Championships 2021. Joining us live from the National Squash Centre here in Manchester. 2 women's matches, then a bit of a break before the evening's matches. So Sarah-Jane Perry up against Julianne Courtice. They'll be followed by Millie Tomlinson and Jazz Hutton. Then George Parker up against Patrick Rooney. Winner goes through in that one. Declan James against Miles Jenkins. Same thing applies for them. They've both got 1 win each. And then, very unusual, and hence the break, Julianne Courtice has got to get back on the court to play Grace Gear in the last match of the evening. We're going to have a quick look at the women's pools, or the 2 groups that make up the women's competition. Group A, which is this match, at the top of the table clash between Courtice and Perry. Perry, of course, has got maximum points from 2 matches played. And then, of course, we'll be seeing the match later on the court between Millie Tomlinson and Jazz Hutton. And, of course, that's 2 at the top, but Kennedy and Hutton have only played 1 match each. So going back to the junior days for these players, playing more than 1 match in the day.
Time.
Perry, of course, featured first match up. Courtice, the number 30 in the world, just 2 spots off her highest ranking of number 28, which she achieved in October of last year, so 2020. She's definitely a player that's progressing and improving, Courtice, and making a bit of a move. She did study, and obviously she also combines playing squash with being a physio. So that maybe it's just meant that she's flourishing and really developing at this stage rather than, say, a few years ago. So player on the move, one to watch, and that's why she's 2 places off her highest world ranking, up against a player who's in fine form going into this, and fine form generally. Only 1 place off her highest ranking at number 6 in the world.
Well, it's a slightly different perspective, isn't it, for a player like Julianne Courtice, combining it with her other job compared to the full-time pros. Obviously seems to be working quite well for her. First little test really for Sarah-Jane Perry, who's been quite dominant in her first 2 matches, but won't be able to do that quite as much against Courtice. There's a lot more streetwise on there.
Well, both of these are going to come in with good game plans, I'm sure, because Rob Owen is very diligent looking at opponents for Sarah-Jane Perry and looking at the approach to those matches and tactics. And Courtice has been doing a lot of work with Laura Massaro. And of course, Massaro, ever the professional, would also be very analytical and come up with a game plan and a tactic with her player, with her charge. So should be interesting to see the battle of the tactics.
Completely affected, prevented shot.
Well,
I missed all that.
the referee just changed the decision. I don't know if it was sort of a conference with the video referee, or just didn't see that she'd actually completely caught her with her backswing. Thought that it was just a traffic problem.
Down. 2 love.
This is basically how Perry has started every match so far.
Yeah. Well, Courtice will fire that ball in short. She's very good around the middle of the court. Perry will possibly have to work a little bit harder for those opportunities.
Hand out. 1-2.
Yeah, nice again. Nicely
Hand
taken
out.
in
3-1.
from that service box area.
Hand out.
Nobody knew where that was
2-3.
going.
Here we go. Bit of a weird one.
Hand out, 4-2.
Perry just giving away the front of the court a little bit too easily. Courtice will punish her in those situations.
Certainly warming up at the venue. Quite a bit warmer than when we were sitting here last, isn't it?
Steadily rising in temperature all day.
5-2.
It's going to be like a sauna in here by this evening's session.
We've got a gym session booked in soon.
6-2.
Again, another good attack from Courtice.
Perry not finding those back corners so far, leaving the ball well short.
Going to be a different Courtice from the last time we were here watching this, because
Right
she was
side,
coming off
please.
the back of an injury at that AJ Bell squash challenge, and obviously she's now had considerable time not only to recover from that, but to also work on her game and train. So
Yeah, she immediately looks to me like she's moving a lot better than she was that week. There's much more sharpness to her hitting.
nice get there as well from Courtice.
Oh, she completely had a...
Hand out, 3-6. Stroke to Perry.
Cool. I thought there was maybe a bit of space there. I'd have,
Yeah, that
I'd
was
have,
soft. That was a soft stroke.
I'd have gone for a review if I was Courtice. She gave a quizzical glance, but obviously didn't think it was worth the review. I think it's clearly something she's been working on as well. So not only has she got the benefits of
Yes, let.
physically being able to have prepared and be moving
4-6.
better from that, I think movement is something she's identified, and there's a real urgency to get back to the middle after a shot. So it's a bit of a double whammy for her, double benefit coming into this compared to the last time.
Well, Perry is
Yes,
asking
left.
for a lot of
4-6.
very soft lets here. She needs to play the ball.
You play review. Play review. Play review, Perry, on the yes let decision.
This is where that initial decision is so important. If you give the no let,
Are you there, Andrea?
There's probably enough interference there though for it to warrant
to
a
warrant a
let.
let.
Courtice
Yeah,
is
the
still there
previous
in the
one-
way.
The previous one was probably a better example.
I think it's the overhead view shows that Courtice is still, it's this one, she's in the way there, which is when Perry would want to be getting ready. So there is space between the players and the ball, but I would have been going, I'd have been going let ball there. I think it's sufficient.
No reviews remaining.
I'm there trying to play the ball. I've
You
got
need-
no backswing.
Can you please make more effort and play those balls?
What? How can I play? I've got no backswing. That's
I think
ridiculous.
Video
Perry's got a
referee
fair
believes you have
point.
room to play that ball.
It's a
Hand
shame.
out, 7-4.
Did Perry review that? Yeah, she wanted to stroke.
Yep.
Ouch.
Backfired.
5-7.
I think Courtice didn't really want Perry angry. Should have been quite happy with a more placid Perry, not a fired up, determined one.
Down. Hand out. 8-5. Hand out, 6-8.
She almost went too far back and the ball stopped shorter, and then that meant she couldn't actually get the energy or the transfer of weight into the shot. So I didn't have enough legs on it to get to the front wall.
Down.
Oh, 2 errors coming at a very nice time for Perry. She's just starting to make her way into this game and finding her range a little bit into the back of the court.
Isn't it weird how the psyche changes though, because Courtice has been very calm and actually controlled with the squash she's been playing, but those 2 last shots, they were slightly forced and she wasn't in position in either of them. And when you're a bit calmer and controlled, you can obviously, you'd be aware of that more, whereas when you're maybe getting a bit excited about the fact that you've got a good lead and you're pushing towards the end of the game, you just sort of rush and snatch a bit and don't have that calmness.
Hand out, 9-7.
I'm not sure what Perry's done here.
Are you alright?
Wonder what she's done. She's just,
Jarred her hip or something.
yeah, well, she was just out of the picture, but she's got quite a bad limp going on here. That's not good. I wonder what's happened.
Miss Perry would like to take a self-injury break of 3.
I mean, that looks bad to me, the way she's limping there. I don't know if we quite caught it or if we can see anything. That's strange, because I mean, in that example, she's lunged on the right leg, but then she's hobbling on the left. It's just something.
You can see it. You see it.
Goodness knows what she's done there, but the
Yeah, there
limp.
was no evidence in the movement.
But that's almost more worrying when that happens,
Yeah.
because when you haven't done anything obvious, you then sort of, it's almost worse, because if there's an injury because of that, and it's a proper injury, then you're in a bit of trouble, aren't you? Worrying signs. Just hope it's not as bad as it looked, because you sort of hope it's a jarring that goes, not an actual pull or injury or anything else. Mechanical. Well, it's a self-inflicted injury timeout, so it means that...
Is there a physio present?
Don't think so. There's no one else in the building, is there? We're on minimal structured staff. We're on skeleton staff, so unless there's someone that's handy at both. I mean, what's your... Well, actually,
Julianne.
Courtice is a physio. She can make a bit of money on the side here. Well, Perry is just out the back, just looking to try and loosen it off. But even then, just seeing her jog past, it was uncomfortable. So I'm really hoping it's something that she can run off and not something mechanical or structural. But to me, it didn't look that good, because I do worry when I see a player limping and hobbling when there hasn't actually been anything obvious. Let's have a look how Perry responds here and moves. Keep an eye on that left hip. That ball just going down. It's a good first rally back from Courtice, like that. Thought she was building nicely, very calmly, hitting her targets, testing Perry. So 3 game balls for Courtice.
Well, movement looks okay so far from Perry, thankfully.
Hopefully it was just a jarring.
Yes, let. 8-10, game ball.
Just a few errors from Courtice have been enough, and it's really kept Perry interested and close here. Still a game ball for Courtice. Oh, it's going to be a stroke. This ball's come straight back through, hasn't it? We're getting a Courtice review. Very politely, with her hand up, asking for the review. That's what we'd like to see, a bit of politeness from a player. What do you think? I mean, it's come straight back through. That's got to be a stroke, isn't it?
She gets taken into the shot, but there's nowhere else really for Perry to go. She's right in her line.
Certainly, he's getting very assertive video referee decisions or video decisions. It's one of those, well, you mentioned it earlier, didn't you? The emphasis when you hit a poor shot has to be on you putting in a bit of extra effort to clear and really making sure you're out of the way, and that ball came travelling down the middle back towards her, and she just didn't do enough to get out of the way. Into a tie break. It's our first tie break in how many matches have we done? 4 yesterday.
4 this morning.
Right, so 8 matches, first tie break.
Yeah, nice finish.
Yeah, it stayed short. It's going to be a no-let. It's a winning shot, I think. Don't think Perry was ready to go and get that.
Very surprised if this gets overturned. Oh, I thought she was reviewing it.
I'd be shocked if it got overturned when she's not reviewed as well.
She's decided not to.
Another game ball for Courtice. She was just, oh, nice. That's a great shot.
Very good.
So much cut on the Perry short ball. I mean, this is massive for Courtice now because obviously she's had quite a few chances to convert the game. Psychologically, it just hurts more when you've had those chances and you don't convert. Game ball for Perry now.
Options there on the forehand. Too much time.
Oh dear, trouble.
Oh, nice finish. That was a tough rally.
Hand out.
Huge rally, that one, especially for Courtice. She wouldn't want to have given up that game. It's a back level at 12-all.
Down. 13-12, game ball.
So here we go, another game ball for Courtice. Is it fifth time lucky, as the saying goes? Oh, she does love the boast from the back of the court, Courtice. Problem with that one was Perry was all over it. Even if that had gone up, I thought Courtice was probably going to be in a bit of bother.
Yes, net. 13-all.
How am I supposed to get through? I'm trying to get through.
Yes, let. 13-all.
20 minutes for this first game. Did include a 3-minute timeout.
Yeah, the
Injury.
rallies have definitely got a lot longer in this last stage.
Such a good attack, that first one from Perry.
That's up.
Yeah, some tough work now physically
14,
for
13,
Courtice.
game ball.
It's difficult when you get pinned behind your opponent, especially when they're as good as Perry through the middle of the court when she's got time.
Oh, the boast again.
Hand out. 14-all.
Not much pace on it. Great shot. Oof.
No let.
That ball flew away, it looked like a no-let to
Are
me.
you reviewing or are you asking for an explanation? The decisions are no let.
Well, Perry's going for a review. I'm not sure she's going to get much
Player
joy. That
review,
ball
Perry on
was
the no
into
let
the back
decision.
corner very quickly. See the speed the ball goes away and travels into that back corner. It's pretty dead in the back corner.
Yeah, there could have been a little bit more clearance from Courtice, but I still think the no let is correct. And it's
No let decision upheld.
upheld.
Perry has no reviews remaining. 15-14, game ball.
Well, this is turning into a monster of a game. Yeah, too much time on the ball there on that forehand side.
Hand out. 15-all.
Courtice just stopped there.
Nice safe drop shot that from Perry. Back at 15-all.
Video referee decision on the Perry appeal.
She gets a bit stuck in the lunge there. I'm not sure, Drew Boy, what do you think?
She did get stuck there, didn't she?
Stroke to Perry. 16-15. Game ball.
So game ball for Perry, 16-15. It's a bit of a marathon, this game. Well, it's a nice finish from Perry. Perry having to work really hard to win that game. It's going to be a real test now for Courtice to see how she responds from the disappointment, having lost that game from the position she was in. 24 minutes, 17-15. It's Sarah-Jane Perry leading by 1 game to love.
Well, Julianne Courtice got off to a great start. Sarah-Jane Perry was leaving the ball short in that service box area, and Courtice was hitting a lot of winners into the front, but Perry sort of went up a gear, started finding those back corners, worked her way back into the game. There was that injury break. Courtice put herself into a good position, didn't play the big points particularly well. She certainly had her chances, and then those extended rallies towards the end, putting a lot of physical discomfort into Courtice. And we know that Perry can sustain this.
So it's Perry to start off this second game. Courtice was really good for most of that first game. There was just a couple of times where she was a little bit tense, and that cost her in the end. That was the difference.
Hand out. One love. Two love. Hand out. 1-2.
And the straight kill there again from Courtice. We didn't see her doing that much at the end of that first. She almost loses her nerve a little bit on the big points and then goes for the boast, which is a bit more of a comfort shot. She needs to keep working that straight drop in or straight kill when she gets those opportunities.
Hand out. 2-3.
That was nice though, wasn't it? She just waited for Perry to commit whatever shot she was going to play on that forehand, and that's why she was ready to deal with that trickle boast when it came.
Hand out, 3-5. Down.
Oh, Perry did well to go through and play that. Don't think she would have got the let. She's learned her lesson from the previous occasion.
So Perry
5-all.
just getting herself level again in this game. That's nice. That's nicely done. There's a loose shot from Perry with the cross court, but punished just by hitting the space there, really, from Courtice.
Oh, that's a bit ambitious.
Hand out, 6-all.
Has gone for it again from the back of the court, looking to attack, but it was actually Perry who won the point up on that volley.
Yeah, she's just a little bit complacent with her leads sometimes. She works so hard to just get her nose in front and then just gives them away a little bit too easily.
Again, just a sign that Courtice just looking to force it a little bit from the back of the court, from those corners. It's definitely a risky option.
Ooh, just about to say Courtice needs this point. And she was awarded it.
Yeah, well, she's wound up, but then she's got caught static on the ball and not got the ball where she needed it to go, and then couldn't clear. Well, she winds up, and then she doesn't move anywhere.
Yeah, the shot selection can go a bit wayward. I think maybe partly because she's physically under a bit more stress. I feel like earlier in the game she would have maybe taken in the straight drop from that position.
Down. 10-7, game ball.
3 game balls for Perry. Well, it's well finished by Courtice. Certainly made the court big for Perry in that rally. Good composure on that finishing shot. Only one game ball remains for Perry here. Bit of a reverse from the first game. Well, it's nicely finished there by Perry.
Perry leads 2 games to love.
So it's certainly been hard work for Perry, but she's managed to win both these games, 17-15, 11-9. It means that she's got a 2 games to love lead over Julianne Courtice.
Well, it's been a great contest between these two so far. Courtice has certainly had her chances, and again in that second game she had the early lead, but as you often see, the top player, the ability to play well in those key moments, to recognise when they need to close the court down and cut out the errors. And Perry with a 2-love lead. Courtice playing very well though, but tough now mentally to come back. So here we go. Has Courtice missed her opportunity?
Was another good start from Courtice in this third. Nice shot. Again, Perry just missing her range. She's a bit irritated with herself for not hitting her target, leaving that ball a very voluble in the middle. Well, they're rattling along with the points here, these two. Is literally miss that length at your peril.
Stroke to Perry.
Just left herself stranded there, Courtice. Maybe a bit of a guess in that situation.
Hand out, 6-5.
She hasn't moved though. She's right in front of the ball.
Right, literally right in front of the ball.
Video referee decision. I can't see that very well.
I mean, it's got to be a stroke, isn't it? I think. I reckon we're going to get a speed decision here because there's nowhere to go. Yeah, Courtice doesn't necessarily get it right, the movement, but the problem is that Perry's just stranded there with the ball in front of her.
7-5, left side.
So important couple of points for Courtice.
Stroke to Perry. Hand out, 6-7.
Every time she sort of threatens to pull away in a game, she just doesn't quite get it right. That's been the only difference really so far in this match.
Hand out, 8-6. Down. Hand out, 7-8.
It's just when it really matters. Courtice just hasn't quite picked the right shot. Yeah, Perry's just too good when she gets that kind of opportunity from a platform that she's just hit into the back. She's so clinical.
Hand out.
Timely little
9-8.
shot from Courtice.
Down.
Well, here we go. The error
10-8.
from
game
Perry
ball.
means that Courtice has got 2 game balls. Here's a chance. Well, that's going to be a stroke.
Courtice.
Well, we're going to review. There's not a chance of this being overruled.
Play review.
It's 100% going to be a stroke.
Yeah.
So it's going to be the first time that she's converted one of those game ball opportunities.
Richie gave me a no let for that.
No, it's good. It can only be a stroke.
She's fully in her swing.
Confirmation of the decision.
11-8. Game to Courtice.
So Courtice
Two
pulling
games to
one
one.
game back. You have to say it's probably deserved for Courtice. And she's taken that third game, 11-8 in 9 minutes. So it's Courtice trailing Sarah-Jane Perry by 2 games to 1.
Well, it's good to see Courtice respond in that way after losing those first 2 games, having had chances in both of them, to still have the mental capacity to come in on this third and give it absolutely everything, and managing to convert on this occasion. Played the end of the game very well, held her nerve, and certainly deserved a game, but can she make even more of this?
It's got a bit warmer in there. It's just got a bit warmer in there. Sorry, Jason was just saying to me too.
Courtice to serve. Lovell.
Very nice. Almost a half volley. Ball taken on the rise.
Not up. Hand out. 1-all. Down. 2-1.
And again,
Hand
almost
out.
a half volley. Very
2-all.
difficult to execute this. Both sides now.
She's got good touch through the hands though, Courtice, hasn't she?
Oh, that is beautiful.
Talking about soft hands.
3-2.
She read the drop in.
Very delicate, that counter drop.
Down. 4-2.
holding up very well physically as well, Courtice so far.
Such a clever shot that, because you wind up and set up like a drive and you're hitting fast, but then because of the way you cut the ball, it stays so short, so it really does keep the opponent hanging back.
Yeah, hasn't been awarded as many of those positions as she would like, Perry. The quality of Courtice squash so far.
Down.
Yeah, well, Courtice has
Hand
been
out.
spot on,
5-3.
really, isn't she? The only issues for Courtice have been when she's had a significant lead and she's got a bit edgy and she hasn't quite been able to convert those sort of game ball opportunities. Other than that, she's been doing exactly what's required for her.
Hand out. 4-5. 4-5. Hand out. 6-4.
That's 3 unforced errors already in this game from Perry.
Down. Hand out. 5-6. Down.
So a couple of errors mean that Perry's drawn back level in this game. Well, I'm not sure about this. Where's the interference?
I'm really trying. My racket's completely
I
stuck.
reckon she's got no hope here.
I'm not the best, but
Player review. Perry on the no-let decision.
I'm really trying to get my racket. It's not, I can't get it ready.
I mean, she got the racket stuck for a fraction, but even then there's not much interference after that, so it's then about
Perry has
speeding
no
up, getting the
reviews
racket ready and
remaining.
getting through and playing it.
You were through to play that ball. I'd like you to make more effort to play those balls.
Between her legs.
Hand out.
Yeah, Courtice
7-6.
did very little wrong. So Courtice back in front.
Down.
Oh, every time.
Hand out. 7-all.
Oh, there's that jaw again.
No!
Oh,
I know he stopped, but I can get that so easily, and she just stood in the way.
ball stayed quite short. Look. Just over-egging it.
8-7.
Good threat of the drive. But then when she hit it, she was very much in the arm, and it meant that she hit quite a heavy ball, which came back. Just came back way too far for Courtice. Question is, was there an opportunity to get up in front of her? But
no,
back view doesn't look like it, does it? Or a stroke being upheld, and Courtice really not happy.
9-7.
2-point lead opened up for Perry here now. Well, Join's being hit more and more here.
Down. Hand out. 8-9.
Courtice saw it, but she just couldn't get it before it got to that sidewall. She really chases it, but the weight of it meant that she needed it before the sidewall, and she couldn't quite get there. So 2 match balls for Perry.
Gutsy effort from Courtice, stay in that rally.
Hand out. 9-10. Match ball.
Still 1 match ball for Sarah Jane Perry. She hasn't got a review, she's used it, hasn't she?
Used it.
No reviews remaining. 11-9. Match.
I mean, it's unfortunate for Courtice, probably did feel like that was a stroke, do you think? Right decision?
11-9.
Not sure.
Sure, we'll have a look at it before we confirm the match, but this was awarded as a stroke. I don't know where she can go.
A bit loose, yeah.
It's a stroke for me. I don't.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unfortunate.
Unfortunate way to end a great match.
The line straight through Courtice from where Perry set off. So. I mean, she's had to work incredibly hard there for that, Sarah Jane Perry. All credit to Julianne Courtice, who just couldn't close those games out. But it is a 3-1 win in 59 minutes for Perry.
Yeah, fantastic match between these two, and Courtice should take a lot of heart from that. She's going toe-to-toe with one of the best players in the world, arguably on form, the best player in the world currently. And if anything, it was a question of, or a matter of, missed opportunities from Courtice, certainly in those first two games. Did very well to pull back the third, and they had chances again in the fourth. Great effort from Perry, and she'll be very relieved to close that out in 4.
So that's the first match done. We've got another women's match coming up. Millie Tomlinson and Jazz Hutton, who they've been warming up and they're pretty much ready to go. So they were scheduled on 20 minutes ago. So don't go away. They will be on court very shortly. Well, welcome back to our second women's match here this afternoon. Millie Tomlinson up against Jazz Hutton. Last time they played here, they had a really tough battle between the two of them. And Tomlinson came out 3-2, the victor in that one. Let's hope for more of the same.
Play will start in 30 seconds. Play will start in 15 seconds. AJ Bell, England Squash Championships 2021 Women's Round Robin match. Jasmine Hutton of England to serve. Millie Tomlinson of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Level. Out. 1 love.
Bit of space there.
Stroke to Tomlinson. 2 love.
Referee not agreeing, feeling that that was a stroke situation. Well, we haven't seen the corner court on the left-hand side, so slight variation. The forehand of the lefty.
Oh, slightly erratic start from Hutton. We talked in the last match about the high energy levels going into the match, the adrenaline flowing. She just loses a bit of accuracy. Almost needs a little bit of work on her legs to settle herself down, and the squash improves. I think that was the case in their last meeting as well, wasn't it? I think Millie had the. Did she have a 2-love lead? She certainly had a lead. And Hutton got better and better as the match progressed.
Yeah, it was well remembered that. It was 2-2 up, and then Hutton came back to 2-all before Tomlinson was able to close out the 5th. Tomlinson obviously pretty well established now where she is. She's currently ranked 27 in the world. That's 7 places off her highest of 20.
3-2.
Whereas Hutton very much a player on the rise, looking to establish herself on the world tour, but she's at her current highest ranking, 42 in the world, so a player on the move and on the up.
4-2.
Well, that error from Hutton up on the volley. There was an opportunity there for her, looking to push up. She's done well after the start, hasn't she, Hutton?
She has, yeah. Tomlinson hasn't quite sort of adjusted to the pace. It's fast and furious from Hutton. Needs to hit that.
Yeah, just hit it cross court.
Are you peeling? Player review, Tomlinson on the no-let decision. Yeah.
Well, we're getting a review. Well, the referee agreeing with us that she wants Tomlinson to hit this ball. I just think play it cross court.
It's also very close to Tomlinson's own body. She's not in a very good position there.
No, it's closer to her than it is to Hudson.
And just because the ball's in the middle of the court doesn't necessarily mean it's a stroke.
Well, no, it means it's no let in this instance.
Yeah, exactly.
No let.
Yeah, good decision.
Upheld. Tomlinson has no reviews remaining. Hand out. 6-3.
Again, Tomlinson just off the pace slightly.
Yeah, and by contrast, Hutton is completely on the pace. She's stepping forward and she's really looking to take the ball early, looking for those volleys and looking to attack from there. See the urgency in Hutton every time she's looking to strike the ball. Up there is hunting through that middle area. And again. We're just rushing Tomlinson, who's looking a little bit unsettled.
Yeah, she's looking rattled already. And Hutton has settled well. She's keeping the ball quite accurate after those opening rallies.
Yeah, that is a stroke.
Right on cue.
4-8.
Oh dear me.
And out 9-4.
Not the best of starts for Tomlinson.
No, they're slightly cheap there from the back. She needs to get behind the ball, dig that out long. 6 game balls for Hutton. Just looks slightly off the pace here. Tomlinson not quite getting into the positions she needs.
Yeah, it's a bit better. I think she's almost so intent on not getting sort of sucked into that hard-hitting game that she's not really doing anything. She's not playing with enough purpose herself.
6-10, game ball.
So despite that error, still 4 game balls for Hutton.
Game ball.
So 3 game balls remain for Hutton. That is a good volley boast attack.
Very quick decision making.
Conceded by Tomlinson.
Hutton leads 1 game to love.
Tomlinson just opting to stay on the court, hit a few more shots. 9 minutes that first game, 11-7 for Hutton. She's leading by 1 game to love.
Fantastic start for Jazz Hutton, really playing at a ferocious pace. After those couple of loose early rallies, she settled down quickly, found her accuracy. Again, the way she plays, it has to be accurate, very early decision making. There's no hold. But if she can do that accurately, she puts a lot of pressure on with her pace. And that's what's happening. Tomlinson just not responding in time, just a little bit passive in the early stages. And Hutton able to convert the lead.
So Hutton starts off this second game. See if she can keep pressing and keep this dominance up in front of Tomlinson. Tomlinson clearly aware that she needs to switch positions so that she can get up in front and attack from there. And that's the difference, where she won't be passive. If she can lift to make sure she gets position, takes Hutton away from that middle area, and then once she's in front, play a squash and attack from there. That just stayed in. That's out and down. 2-all. There's definitely an increase in the tempo from Tomlinson to try and match Hutton a bit. See the body language as well of Tomlinson. She's up in front, looking to try to take the game to her opponent. She doesn't want it to get too hectic and too scrappy though, does she, Vanessa?
Oh, it's a difficult balance, isn't it? It's important that she isn't passive, isn't just pushing the ball around, but also she doesn't want to be sucked into this fast-paced game. She's got to control the pace, but with a lot of control and a lot of accuracy.
Tomlinson. And out, 3-all.
Oh, nice.
And out, 4-3.
Well, here we go. This is where Hutton really needs to squeeze the point. She needs to be stingy from this sort of point where Tomlinson's just handed her a bit of a lead with that tin. That's a good shot.
Really good shot. Brilliant. Well played.
It's nice to see a left-hander take a right-hander on the forehand or their backhand.
And again, perfectly paced volley. She does have a tendency to overhit at times. She's getting it right. Brilliant. Great spell here from Hutton.
7-3.
It's been lethal on the backhand. Sort of cleaning it up straight and now finishes it off with the little cross court. She's making sure she's getting her preparation and body into the right positions every time she can, and it means that she's getting an increased quality and consistency in her hitting, Hutton. There's real urgency in the preparation and position.
She's making very good decisions as well. She's absolutely in the zone.
Tomlinson looking to break
9-3,
up the
left
movement
side.
there of Hutton, but she just waited and then pounced on the ball. Yeah, it's good. She's been immaculate on the backhand side this game so far. 7 game balls for Hutton. Check this one out. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, it's fitting for her to finish it on the backhand side. That was immaculate with the backhand there from Hutton. Clinical, as you like. Very impressive. So after a strong start from Tomlinson in that game, raising the pace, it's Hutton who comes through. She's taking it 11-3 in 7 minutes. She's now leading 2-love.
Well, outstanding performance so far from Jasmine Hutton, and certainly the best I've ever seen her play. And she's playing with a lot of control, which is absolutely crucial. She's playing with a lot of pace, but when she's getting her opportunities, she's not overhitting, and she's making very, very good choices. Putting herself into a really good position in this match. Tomlinson had a bit of a loss in that game as to what to do. So a lot of work to do for Tomlinson. She's been unable to get herself in front of Hutton at all, really, in this match so far.
Well, let's see what tactic Tomlinson looks to apply this game, because she's gone for a couple of different options now. First game slowing it down, second game speeding it up to try and gain the middle of the court, or from the middle of the court. And Hutton's been equal to both, it has to be said.
Hasn't missed on that side.
And out 1-2.
Oh my goodness.
She's on absolute fire down the backhand.
2-all.
No, it's too far. It's a winning shot. No let.
And out 3-2.
It's a bit of a barrage. Normally you'd say attack the backhand of a lefty. Not today. Oh, I think she needs to go through, doesn't she?
Yeah, definitely needed to make a little bit more effort.
Good job she followed up there as Tomlinson got the ball back. Well, it's very impressive attacking play from Hutton.
Looking full of confidence. She hasn't missed many, if any.
And that's the pressure it results in.
5-3.
Tomlinson just running out of ideas slightly, makes her force it. Yeah, it's a nice shot, well played. Just stopping the movement of Hutton. She was getting into that sort of Kennedy flow where she was racing around, charging and really enjoying running onto the ball. And in those instances, you've got to stop-start your opponent. Another positive attack. Just keeping her cool, staying nice and calm and collected here to finish off this one. It's unbelievable, this backhand
She's
today.
having one of those days, isn't she?
Yeah.
Cannot miss.
Yeah, she's on fire.
Absolutely brilliant.
Hutton.
Ball just came 2 back for Tomlinson. Big lead now for Hutton. 4-point lead in this game. I mean, it's just she's taking on high-risk shots and absolutely slotting every single one of them. Playing it in quickly, but it's all coming from her positioning. She's getting into good quality positions. She's making sure the racket prep, and it gives you a way better chance of getting the ball up and in where you need it with quality.
Thank you.
6 match balls
10-4 match ball.
for Hutton.
Down 4.
Well, just one too many.
And out. 5,
Even on a
10,
day like
match
today,
ball.
that one didn't go in.
Down. 6-10 match ball.
4 match balls still remain.
Match ball.
Well, it's nicely finished. Good intensity from Hutton.
Hutton, 3 games to love.
Impressive 3 games
11-7,
from Jazz
11-3,
Hutton.
11-7.
Serious intensity brought to the court, but with quality as well, and that was the difference. 26 minutes. Hutton taking out the higher-ranked Tomlinson. 11-7, 11-3, 11-7.
Absolutely brilliant performance from Jasmine Hutton. I don't think anyone was expecting that. Certainly thought she had a chance after that previous meeting, but that was a bit of a beating for Tomlinson, who looked sort of taken by surprise really at the quality that Hutton produced. She always plays at a fast pace, but sometimes sacrifices the accuracy and the control, but not in this instance. Very quick decision making, knew exactly where she wanted to put the ball, but the accuracy level was so high. Didn't miss anything on that backhand side. Fantastic win for the youngster.
Certainly was. So really strong performance, and we'll see just what effect that has on the groups. You can see that Hutton is sitting in 2nd place of Group B. Tomlinson on 15 points in 3rd, and Kennedy, of course, with 2 wins out of 2, also on 16. Sarah Jane Perry has got her 23 points coming through against Courtice. So she looks pretty solid at the top there. Of course, there's still matches to be played, so that isn't a finishing position. Well, we've still got 3 matches to go. We've had 6 so far today. It'll be the men playing the next 2, then finishing off with Courtice and Gear at 8:30. So next up, it should be a bit of a humdinger if their final at the AJ Bell England Squash Challenge was anything to go by. It's going to be Parker against Rooney. They'll be on court at 7 o'clock. We'll look forward to you joining us then. Hello and welcome back to the evening session here of day 2 at the AJ Bell England Squash Championships 2021. You are joining us live from the National Centre here in Manchester, and as you can tell, we are all revived and ready to go here. Raring for this one, George Parker up against Patrick Rooney. It is a repeat of the AJ Bell England Squash Challenge that was held here in November, and that was a great final between those two. 3-2 to Parker in the end in that one. Let's hope for a repeat of that. Well, just to have a look at the way things stand in the men's groups, James Willstrop up against Nick Wall, both of those vying for top spots, as are the two in Group B, Parker and Rooney. Both have 1 win under their belt each. Both 3-1s as well, so 7 points apiece. Richie Fallows got through against Charlie Lee, and of course he won't be playing Tom Richards because he unfortunately had to withdraw, so he tops the group. And then Declan James up against Miles Jenkins later, which is for top spot as well, because both of those got wins. So it's Parker against Rooney. Patrick Rooney has establishing himself on the PSA World Tour. He's gaining more and more experience in these top events. He's currently number 52 in the world, which is his highest ranking. He hails from St Helens, but he lives in Manchester now. Bases himself here because there's a lot of the training support that he requires locally, and he also goes across to Pontefract a little bit to train when he can. Well, we've already seen him once today, and he's a very skillful player, Patrick Rooney. Loves to volley, loves to play through the middle. Doesn't quite know just how good he is with his ability, I think. But that confidence will grow with experience. Well, he's up against George Parker. He's number 42 in the world, not quite near his highest world ranking. His highest ever ranking was 31, which he achieved in March of 2019. Very physical player, Parker, but he also possesses very soft hands in the shot. He can throw up the lob, take the pace and sting out of the game. Contrary to belief, he's actually a really nice guy, George Parker. It's just when he asks for decisions or speaks to refs, it comes across very, very aggressive.
It does, yeah, very loud.
That was just to let you know that Sarah Jane Perry did have an injury break just briefly earlier, but she's not still taking it. She is okay. It's myself and Vanessa Atkinson that will be talking and guiding you through
surprise, surprise,
these next 3 matches.
Yeah, it's a fantastic match between these two. Last time we were here, it's a good contrast. As you said, Parker is very attacking as well with his squash, but I think recognised what he needed to do tactically against Rooney and was just about able to do that enough, make the game physical enough. It was a quality game all the way through.
It was a really tough match as well, wasn't it?
Time. On court, please.
Parker's just trying to find the court again.
Okay.
David Campion probably
AJ Bell, English Squash
signposted where it was
Championships
for him.
2021, men's round robin match. Patrick Rooney of England to serve, George Parker of England to receive. Best of 5 games, love all. Down. 1 love.
Ball just
Thank
clipping
you.
out.
I wasn't sure. Cheers. And out 1-all. Down.
He's
And out,
absolutely
2-1.
thundered that into the tin. Both players just looking to find their range, settling down here. Of course, Rooney's going to be slightly more settled because Parker played last night, but Rooney played earlier today and on this court, so that it's like a double whammy for him.
Yeah, I think just sneaking that fourth might have saved Rooney a little bit. It was just starting to get physically quite tough, wasn't it, at the end of that fourth, to the point where you think this is going to really affect him.
This is nice from Parker. Really good variations. I love the threat and the hold, and then the shots he's hitting from that. That's been a really good start from him. Not sure what the two are giggling at.
Even his laugh was quite aggressive there.
Oh yeah, everything he does is quite aggressive. But he doesn't actually mean to come across aggressive.
Down. And out 3-2. Yes, let.
Just wonder on the follow through there.
Yes, let. 3-2.
Funny, isn't it? When I see Rooney, I just think he just looks like he just wants to play.
Yeah, just get on with it.
I just want to play. I remember sort of with junior stuff with him as well when we were away at European trips or Worlds and things like that. You used to have to really try and convince him that it would be in his better interest to actually stop and ask for a decision sometimes, because he wanted to play absolutely everything, and he'd stitch himself up in the shot, and his shot wouldn't work quite so well, and then he'd lose the point because he was left stranded and left the ball loose.
That's something that you can learn, though, isn't it? Rather that way than the other way. You want, especially with young players, with juniors, you want them to have that intention to play the ball at all times, and they're going to sometimes get that wrong, and they'll get more sophisticated with that as they get older.
I mean, he didn't ask for anything. It's like he didn't even know what a let, stroke and no let were.
6-2.
He was probably bamboozled when other players stopped. It's been a great start from Rooney. 4-point lead in this first game.
And out 3-6.
Well, I think the pattern I remember from that previous match was Rooney trying to keep the squash quite open, using lots of angles, using all those variations that he has, and Parker just trying to be the more disciplined of the two, trying to close the court down a bit more, use his attacking shots, but slightly more conservative with his shot selection. That pattern already emerging in this match.
It's been good again so far. High quality stuff from both of them. I think the big difference and where Rooney's maturing is the fact that, like we spoke about earlier, it's identifying the simple shot when it's required, and he's actually finishing rallies off a bit better and appreciating that kind of shot rather than feeling that he has to always stop-start the opponent and beat them with tricky stuff. Do you think Parker's just going to have the upper hand in this one, or?
A bit early to say, Drew boy. Ask me in 20 minutes.
I'm sort of relying on your expertise to give a prediction.
Yes, let.
Surely if I'm playing that, I'm playing everything.
I'm sure there was room to play.
It was the same as the Parker one earlier, wasn't it? So there's consistency there. What a shot that is.
Standing.
Especially on the forehand side.
7-5.
So difficult to read.
So difficult to play that shot from there as well. Don't see that very often on the forehand.
Parker's really imposing himself around the middle of the court physically there.
Another really good attack from the back of the court from Rooney. If he can start using that as a weapon and as a threat now, then you can really start to look to control Parker's movement. So show the drop shot, stop the movement, and then hit it to the back. Well, here we go. We're level, pegging.
7-all.
Parker's had to work hard, but he's dug in and he's weathered the storm and he's found his range and he's brought his own sort of twist and his quality to the court as well.
Out. 8-7. Right box.
Yeah.
Pressure, forcing the odd error now from Rooney.
Right box.
See what though, we've seen this in all the matches really, is how the ball dies off and the court's pretty dead. And it doesn't really go back past the back of the service box. And there, Rooney wasn't finding his length at all. And Parker's playing all his squash from in front of the back of the service box. Like there, that's about the furthest he has to go back, apart from the very occasional one. That's a great shot from Parker.
Down, hand
Couldn't
out.
quite follow it up,
8
but
all.
the setup was from that immaculate drive and depth into the back. It's the other thing that Rooney's got to be aware of. If he takes the ball in and the ball sits up, it's the physicality and the power of Parker thundering onto the ball.
And out. 9-all.
What's Parker asking about?
I'm not sure.
Oh, it's a big rally this, 9-all, and it's a brute. Oh, he's clipped the tin again.
He set it up so well with that cross court.
That was a tough rally. Game ball for Patrick Rooney. Certainly winning the length battle between the two, Parker. Just been the errors that have been the difference so far.
Yeah, just a couple of missed opportunities where he's worked the rally, fought for the opening and just missed it.
Oh, he needs that.
No let.
So we're level, going into a tie break here.
10 all.
We've got to say the way this is playing out,
by 2 points.
even if Parker were to lose his first game, I think he'd be pretty happy with the pattern of play. Very physical first game.
Yeah, he's going to make every game as physical as he possibly can. Oh, what a shot. Again, it's the length for Parker. That's been the difference between the two.
Just that extra bite on the ball, making sure it gets through, past the racket of Rooney.
Game ball, Parker. Oh. Oh, he didn't get out of the way. Going for a review. It's hard to tell by that first angle.
Video review.
Yeah, it is hard to see from there. I didn't think that.
Player review Parker
much,
on the no-let decision.
Looked to me like he was looking for the player a little bit there.
I thought he went to the player.
See, the ball's actually quite deep. It's onto him quite early. I don't like that angle because the court just looks tiny.
I don't know. Depends who's refereeing, doesn't it? That is absolutely diabolical.
No let. Decision upheld. Parker has no reviews remaining. Handout 11 all.
Would you mind explaining the reason why to him afterwards?
Thank you.
Oh, it's good again. Very, very good. I mean, Parker needed to get it out of there and go cross-court because
game ball.
Rooney was waiting to pounce on the volley. Game ball, Rooney. Oh, oh, that's clever. I'm not sure what he was doing, but it worked. Look at this.
The one place he wasn't going to opt.
What was he thinking he was going to do?
I'm not sure.
Well, it
He
works.
mentioned the doubles, didn't he? A few double squads helped him out with that shot.
Yeah. Been telling them all that practicing a bit of doubles is good for their squash. I mean, that volley is ridiculous from Rooney. So impressive.
Oh,
what a rally.
brutal.
Well played.
And out 13.
I mean, Rooney just clung on in there with those volleys. It's really handy that he's got slightly longer arms than the average person.
Out. The serve was in, just in.
Well, first game
14,
goes to
12,
Patrick Rooney.
game to Rooney. Rooney leads
It's a
1 game to
really,
love.
really good, entertaining first game. $18 minutes, 14-12, really tough corner squash between these two. 1-love to Patrick Rooney.
Well, so far this match shaping up to be just as entertaining as their previous encounter. Really tough first game, and Parker did everything right, really. Just a couple of errors here and there, made it as physical as possible. Annoyed with himself for not winning that first game, but I think if this continues, that it will start to favour Parker. Rooney will be very, very happy that he took that first one. He does not want to be 1-love down playing this type of tough squash.
Rooney leads 1 game to love. Love all.
Here we go. More of the same, please, in this second game. Parker's really looking to force Rooney onto the back foot with his power hitting into the back of the court.
Hand out, 1-love.
Delicate volley drop from Parker. Those were the ones he missed. He missed 2 of them, 1 on the forehand, 1 on the backhand in the first game.
SQUASHTV starting to look a little bit ragged here.
I'm not surprised. It's been a real onslaught from Parker. Very physical squash.
Down. 4-love. Love.
Yeah, definite signs that Rooney is feeling this pace. He's going a bit ragged in the volleys.
Love.
Yeah, he's just throwing the ball in short to try and shorten these rallies, but it's playing into Parker's hands.
Seven love, right box, please.
This is the exact point that you were making, Vanessa. The fact that Parker would have been pleased with that first game, regardless, win or lose.
Yeah, he's certainly reaping the rewards right now.
Tired looking shot from Rooney. 10 game balls for Parker.
11 love. Game to Parker. 1 game all.
Well, not bothering to return that one. Pride would have made me return that one. There's no way I'd want to go off 11 love.
Thank you.
5 minutes for that second game. 11 love to George Parker. He's levelled this match at 1 game all.
Well, a massive drop-off from Patrick Rooney. You could see it very early on in that second game. A couple of tough rallies, and he didn't really fancy it anymore. Really paying the price for that, particularly that end phase of the first game. Parker looking very sprightly in contrast.
So it's Parker who starts off this third game. Time will tell if Rooney's been able to regroup a bit. Wow, what a shot. That is a brilliant shot from Parker up high.
Well, you'd have to say that Rooney needs a bit of a start, because that was a massive drop-off.
I think there's going to be no drop-off from Parker, that's for sure.
Left box, please. Yes, let. One love. Down. Two love.
I think it just stayed in that. Well, it's a very tired looking Rooney.
Love.
He's obviously digging in, but he's lost that edge, and it's really resulted in him dropping off. Parker sensed that. He's upping the ante the whole time. Rooney's just gone off to retrieve the ball.
Won't be in too much of a rush, I'm sure.
Got it, yeah.
No, he's having a sneaky sit down around the corner, probably.
Nope.
Left box, please. 3 love. Yes, let. You okay? You okay? Yeah. Sorry.
I think he's quite pleased just to have his back cracked. He says not every tournament that he gets chiropractic services.
Up. 4 love. Right box, please. Down, hand out.
Just managing to get enough on that ball, getting it in behind Parker, so he was having to flick the ball out.
First point on the board in a while for Rooney.
Down. 2-4. Out. And out. 5-2. Down. And out. 3-5.
We can understand why he's angry with himself, because he wants to keep Rooney working. He doesn't want to give any freebies away.
Not up. Yeah.
Are we going to check it or
Player
not?
review.
Well, if
Player
Rooney says
review
it was
on
fine,
the, player review.
tend to
Rooney
probably
on
agree
the
with him.
Pickup, please, in the rally.
he seemed very convinced.
Well, we're asking the video referee to check the pickup of Rooney.
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah, easy up. Yeah.
You got it off the wall, but was it a clean hit?
No need for a second look, really, is there?
It just comes up a bit weird. It bounces very strangely.
Yes, let.
Wonder if we could have
Decision
come up with a
overall.
longer word.
Rooney has one review remaining. It's 3-5. Rooney's to serve.
Certainly
from the
making
right,
sure
please.
that we're filling all the space.
Down. 4-5.
See, this is exactly why Parker would have been irritated with himself with those errors, because you make a couple of errors and the opponent is straight back at you.
We can just see it in the body language of Rooney. It's just enlivened him. When you're feeling like that, you just need to be given something to lift your spirits.
Oh, tell you what, that doubles is
And
paying
now
dividends
it's
for
6-4.
George Parker, because he is so aware and he's using lots of cheeky little shots down the middle, and every single one of them has worked.
6, hand out 6-4.
I'll definitely be reminding him of that next time he moans about doubles. Yeah, it's a good shot from Rooney. Does amaze me the ability to leave that ball so short. It's a long way up the court, isn't it?
I didn't see it.
I thought Parker stopped there. He didn't look like he went through to try and play it.
Calm down.
We're so down.
Yeah.
It clipped it in.
With respect, Mr. Parker, don't shout. Calm down. I saw it as good.
Oh my God, check it.
The VR has said to me it is good.
You can hear it.
Yeah, but it does make funny noises on the court.
I'm saying, why would I stop? I was on the ball ready to attack.
Both of us saw it as good.
Well, replay it.
Can't.
Replay it.
No, you can't do the two.
Oh my God!
Hand
so
out.
down.
Hand out. 5-6.
Oh, I was on it. I was on the ball ready to play it.
Hand out. 5-6.
Oh, it's a bit... That's the one where Rooney just had to tidy that up. Sort of just kept going at it instead of lifting it into a space.
Oh, that was a ridiculous shot.
6.
Can you believe it? We're in at 6-all.
Incredible.
Second time he's done that from back there. Wow. He's on a roll here, Rooney.
7-6.
Parker's lost the back of the court a little bit here. He's just lost that base he was playing from.
Yeah, and that was his major advantage, was he was pummeling Rooney into the back corners. Wow, that's good. That's a nice finish.
Hand out. 7-all.
He needed it because Rooney was on a run of points.
Yes, let. Yes, let. 7-all.
Oh dear.
8-7.
Safety.
Not sure why he stopped there.
Can you check? Video referee, can you please check the deferred pickup in the front of the court by...
I thought we were asking for a decision.
No, he's asking for a let.
I think it's going to be a video referee decision is what we're going for. Honestly, I'm not sure why he stopped.
No.
I mean,
no, that's just a very, very clear no let.
Why has he stopped? It's just no chance, is there?
No.
No lets.
I think Parker was wondering why he stopped.
Yeah.
You know what? If I was Parker, I would change the ball after this game.
Did he do that? I think he did that in that final.
Did he?
Because I'm getting deja vu now of you saying that, of you predicting that.
Just let me make the decision. Conduct warning for disrespect to the match officials. Stroke to Parker.
I'll give him all the room.
9-8. Hand out 9-8. Mr. Parker, I appreciate your frustrations. Don't speak to me like that again.
You know what? I think he's got away with one, getting a stroke there. Looked like a let ball to me.
I don't think.
If I was Rooney, I'd have been reviewing that. He might have got the conduct warning, but it worked. He got a stroke. Collapsed. Did you see that? As he played the shot, though, he lost control of the torso and collapsed in the shot. Makes it very hard to be accurate on the drop shot. Game ball, Parker.
Game ball.
Oh, and the error from Rooney, done so well in that game.
Game to Parker, Parker leads, 2 games to 1.
Well, if I was Parker, I would change this ball because he wants to get the ball into the back. I don't think he's going to. 45 minutes so far, 2-1 for George Parker over Patrick Rooney. He took that last game 11-9. Hopefully Vanessa hasn't just knocked herself out with the microphone and she'll be here for the highlights.
No, just being clumsy. Well, you'd have to say that Rooney possibly needed to sneak that game. Did very well to work his way back into it. It was looking like it was all over in the early stages. Maybe given a slight helping hand by Parker, who gave a couple of errors away, and that was just enough to keep Rooney interested and lifted him a bit of a second wind. But Parker just about able to close that third game out in a 2-1 lead now.
Seconds. Parker leads 2 games to 1. Parker to serve. Love all. Not up. One love. Down. Two love.
Well, what has Patrick Rooney got left here in this match?
Sir Rooney, don't hit the side of the wall with your racket, please. Thank you. Right side, two love. Two love.
Fluky.
Sorry. No, sorry, it's good. Yeah, three love. Left box, please. Down. Four love. Down. Five love.
Well, he's gone here again, Rooney. Was crucial that last game. Hopefully we'll see a bit of resistance though. Certainly looking to pin himself in front of Rooney as much as possible here. He doesn't want to go to the back, he wants to stay in front and play from there. You can see it just in the intensity and intent of Parker. Go Patrick Arm.
1-5. Two, 5.
Perfect weight of shot into the back of the court. Ball was really dead in that back corner. So this is an important rally for Parker. You'd consider this a pivotal moment because
Exactly what happened in the last game. I think it was 2-5 and suddenly Rooney was right back in.
So he wants this to be tough. He wants to win the point, basically.
Down. And out. 6-2. Yes, let.
Good decision.
6-2. Out. And out. 3-6.
Oh, what happened there?
Clipped him, I think.
No let. And out 7-3.
Have a look here. Oh, it's
Oh,
almost
she's
like a
got
bit of cramp in the
finger
fingers.
cramp. Yeah, I thought there was no contact.
Good shot. Ooh.
8-3.
Well, you can't help but feel that Parker is closing in on a good victory here.
Down. And
Not if he
out.
does that. He's on the move as he hit that ball.
Needs to not show any weakness or complacency here, because, as we said before, Rooney can rattle off points.
Signs aren't good for Rooney if he's starting to get a bit of cramp in the fingers, though.
No, it's not the first place you normally get cramp when you're fatigued on a squash court.
Yes, let.
Does generally
Sorry,
play everything.
You're reviewing that. Oh.
No, just saying I play everything.
Yes, let. 4-8.
And a few words. Oh, again, stays so short, that ball.
Yeah.
And damage was done.
5-8.
Nice follow-up as well. Makes the court so
Right,
big
bring your hands on the
for
walls,
Parker.
please. Thank you. Yes, please. That's okay.
It's just habit, isn't it? Players keep forgetting themselves. He's forgotten his towel, so he can't use it.
5-8.
Nice shot. He sort
And
of
out,
did the
9-5.
reverse of what Rooney did in the previous rally. He went to the back first, then to the front.
Great shot.
10-5.
Yeah, it's good
Match
angle
ball.
running away from Rooney. 5 match balls for Parker. Well, there it is.
11-5.
Stroke to
Match
Parker confirms the win
games
for him.
12-14, 11 love, 11-9, 11-5.
We had to work hard, but did well.
Thanks for that, Steve.
56 minutes. Parker beating Patrick Rooney 3-1. It's 12-14, 11 love, then 11-9, 11-5.
Well, it was all about that first game, really. Not the result, because it was actually Rooney that snuck it, but was made to work so hard for that first game. Really lengthy, tough battle, and started to look very fatigued from then on. Had his chances in the third, really needed to sneak that one, but well closed out by George Parker. Got his tactics right, made it physically tough, imposed himself around the middle, put enough work into Rooney to claim that match.
So 1 down, still 2 matches to go. Next up is Declan James up against Miles Jenkins, who got a good win against Jolie earlier. Those two will be ready and raring to go, so don't go away. Well, welcome back to our penultimate match of the evening. As you will have seen, the players have been through their knock-up, their warm-up. Miles Jenkins had a good win against Joe Lee in his previous match. He's currently ranked number 152 in the world, so that really was a good performance. He was a late call-up here, but certainly making the most of it and getting stuck in. So it'll be really interesting to see how he does here against the Dark Knight. Declan James, of course, is number 23 in the world, 27-year-old from Nottingham. Got to number 15 in 2019. So you'd think on paper there's a bit of a gulf between these two, but you never know, because this could be an evening of big upsets, because there was a big upset on the traditional court with Nick Wall taking out James Wilstrop.
Well, Declan James also looking quite impressive in his first match against Joe Lee. So it's a straight shootout for the semi-final spot this match.
Thought that when we were watching it yesterday, they both had first names for surnames. Dec James and Joe Lee. I'm sure Jenkins could be a first name as well, yeah, but like not very common.
It's you playing Jimbo yesterday, wasn't it? Lee and James.
Yeah. I rarely get called Lee these days, though.
Too low.
Yeah, it's nice from James up on the volley. Again, you just see the threat, the hold, and then he speeds his racket up through the shot, and it's enough to stop Jenkins, and then end up as a winner in the back of the court.
Down. 2-all.
He's a really hard trainer, Miles Jenkins. Very dedicated to improving his game.
Down. And out. 3-2.
Nice shot there from Jenkins, killing that ball on the forehand side. We certainly found his feet on this glass court straight away. His first match was on the traditional court, so it's always a bit weird at first. This event is really taking me back to my junior days, where, you know, the players are playing round robin. I mean, I played my last round robin when it was under 10s, so before under 11s. So I played under 10 round robin, and of course they're all playing more than one match in a day. So, and a couple of them started at 10 AM.
As did we.
Yep. I mean that is really a throwback to the junior days. It's been brilliant from Jenkins so far.
And out. 3-6. 4-6. Stroke to James. Stroke. 5-6.
It was all getting a bit cramped in there, wasn't it, down that left-hand side? Stroke to Jenkins, though.
7-5.
There's about 4 shots in a row that were threatening that this was going to happen. I was hoping that one of them would maybe cross-court out or sense that the other one was on their shoulder. Whoop.
And out 6-7.
James actually rattled off the points to get back from 6-2 really quickly.
Steadily worked his way back into this game.
All.
Well, level he is. 7-all in this first. Let's see how Jenkins can respond. A lot of it is about the intensity and pace. You can see Jenkins is working very hard. Now it's whether this is out of his comfort zone or not. Because I mean, James is looking very cool on there, and what he'll be doing is he'll be looking to ramp it up as he goes along. You certainly weren't in your comfort zone in the gym. You worked hard in your circuit.
I did.
Definitely upping the ante, I think, every time I see you.
I need to, getting old.
No, he's failed to play. Stroke.
Is it?
Player review.
I'd be interested to see that again. Well, we're going to see it again because he's reviewed. I felt that the initial step was slightly in the wrong direction here, which then created it and made it look more like James was more in the way than he actually was. That was my initial instinct, was that first step of Jenkins wasn't quite the right way.
Let's have a look. It's a poor shot. Yeah, he's moving forward slightly.
It feels like he wraps him rather than going to the left. I don't know. It's just
where his racket goes here.
Yeah, exactly. That was just my initial. I mean, rugby terms, that's the perfect wraparound tackle that you want with both arms.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. Doesn't show much intention to go for the ball. Well reviewed by Declan James.
7-all. From the left.
Go. Go.
7-all. 7-all.
He's always very composed, isn't he, James on court? Never looks particularly ruffled.
No.
Always very polite in his interactions with the referee.
Yeah, he's very, very considered and polite off court as well, though, isn't he? He's a bit of a thinker, James. He reads.
Down.
It's a rarity.
8-7.
I didn't start reading until I started touring as a professional squash player. This day and age, I probably would never have read.
It's on your phone.
Yeah.
Ref, you can't just keep going to me. The ball is way off to the side
Yeah, the
court
ball-
every time.
Wait until I've given the decision. Stroke to Jenkins.
He's not looking very calm now, Vanessa.
Player review.
Yeah, I think he's getting a bit
James on the
irritated
stroke
with
decision.
the way Jenkins is sort of hemming him in, looking very early to the player.
That does tell you there's space somewhere on the court as well, though, doesn't it?
It's a very similar situation to the previous one.
Does the ball stay shorter though this time? I mean, that's more of a stroke than the last one, I think. Because look, he wants to go more forwards, but he is wrapping a bit.
Yeah, it's his first movement again, though. Look at where the racket is again.
Yeah. I definitely thought the ball was moving a bit more towards where Jenkins was going, though, and that's for me what made it more of a stroke than the last one.
James isn't helping himself out with just poor quality of shot on both occasions.
I think, though, what he needs to realise as well is that if Jenkins is on him that quickly, there is definitely space cross-court. Because Jenkins is having to cover the straight ball. Like there, you just saw he's edging across.
Or just make sure with that straight ball, get it in a bit shorter, and then it's a no-let all day.
9-8.
Well, he's got himself in front here. 9-8 to the good. I think it's a winning shot. That's the problem for Jenkins. He pushed right up the court, but the ball was straight and a bit longer than he anticipated.
Yeah, it was a great shot from James.
2 game balls for James.
Decision on the James
appeal.
Why are you
making things so complicated?
I just thought I'd stop there.
Decision? Video decision. So I'm just safe now.
Interesting. Gone for a video referee decision. I think it's got to be a let.
Yeah, it's a let. There was enough.
It's a let ball, I think. That he can flick that out. He can't guarantee he's not going to put it straight into Jenkins because he won't control it, but he can flick that ball out. It's not a stroke, let ball. Still 2 game balls for James.
Yes, let.
It's like they were doing frozen statues or something. Oh, nice shot from Jenkins. Again, it's that follow-up. Need to make sure with that one. Well, first game goes to James after a great start by Jenkins. You have to say, if you were Jenkins, you'd be disappointed with losing it, but he's also should be pleased with what he's done there. 11-8 to deck James after 15 minutes. He's leading 1 game to love.
Yeah, he was pushing the pace. Jenkins trying to rush James, but Declan James just staying very composed. He was quite far behind early on in the game, but came back well. Some good quality squash. A few decisions in the middle, but again kept his composure and closed the game out well. So 1-love lead for Declan James.
switch.
Into him. Player review Jenkins on the no-let decision.
We've gone for an early review by Miles Jenkins. Oh. He's definitely a rugby player in another life, Jenkins, look. He'd be a yellow card for that though, because he didn't get the wraparound.
Head down.
No let, decision upheld. Jenkins has no reviews remaining. Hand out 1-2.
Another good start by Jenkins though. Quite as ambitious. The ball's tight from James.
Two quick points, two giveaways.
Certainly uses his whole body in that backhand, doesn't he, Jenkins? Well, it's just a few too many errors from Jenkins.
Yeah, just starting to look a little bit more uncomfortable at this pace.
Yeah, and just forcing it when it's not quite there. It's not quite the right shot. Always a sign that you are struggling with the pace slightly. That was a good finish from James. Very clinical.
6-3.
Good awareness of the position of Jenkins. Certainly commits, doesn't he? He's 100% all in, Jenkins. He clipped him there.
Yes, Let.
Why is that not stroke? Sorry, mate. Why is that not stroke?
Because you played the shot.
Review.
You want to review?
He's gone for a review, but he's hit him with the swing. I mean, in your book and your description yesterday, it's 100% a stroke.
Yeah. Jenkins put the ball in the middle of the court. He has to clear.
I mean, that's completely affected his shot as well. He's like, that shot should not be going there. It should be going near to the sidewall. I'm with you on this one.
Yeah, but I thought it was prevented. I thought it was only a stroke if it was prevented. That's affected.
No,
so
but it's basically if the contact is enough for the shot to deviate significantly. And for me, that shot would never have gone anywhere near that if it wasn't for the contact. So there's sufficient. So I go stroke there.
Definitely, all day.
Right side.
And we're seeing a lot more lets being given in those situations, but I don't really understand the rule. Even if that ball had gone more cross-court, I still think that's a stroke. He's in his swing. He's clipped him in his swing. I don't really know why the rule got changed, because it used to be if you hit someone in your backswing or anywhere in your swing, apart from the follow-through, it was a stroke.
Are you sure? Because
well, I've never heard affected or prevented until a couple of years ago.
But that didn't come into the rules weren't changed though. I've never that
it was
rule.
just a way of explaining it.
Well, it's just wrong, wasn't it? Because it wasn't what the rules said. So the interpretation you're saying that was implemented before was wrong because it didn't go with the rules. The rules I've not known that rule to change. That wording has been the rule ever since I've been involved, which is it's quite a few years now. So basically, it's just
the way that the referees have interpreted it over time has changed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7-4.
Because the backswing's not mentioned in the rules. It's literally if your swing is affected or if your swing is prevented. That's the wording. There wasn't even anything that because it always mentions contact, but the only rule that came in was there's a rule called 8.9.3 which came in because swing interference sometimes doesn't always involve contact with the opponent. You know, you could be in my swing, but I have to stop for safety because you're in my swing. So
yeah, that's a let.
Yeah, but initially that wasn't even mentioned in the rules. So that was brought in. I mean, Roy Gingell made the old prevented or affected, not prevented famous, didn't he? He brought that to life. That's a Royism. That's what it's known as.
It's the official term. In the meantime, Declan James has built up a significant lead in this second game. Starting to really impose himself in this match.
4 from the right.
Select ball. James still with that 5-point lead. How good is that touch? That was very good from James.
10-4, game ball.
Watch this. Sort of top spinned it in. Top spun it in. 6 game balls. You know why I had Joe Barrington in my head going top Spinnenhausen.
Spinnenbongen.
Oh, lovely finish. Conceded by Jenkins.
James leads 2 games to love.
Just building nicely here, James, finding his way into the match. Growing. 11-4 that second game. 28 minutes so far. 2-love lead for James over Jenkins.
Yeah, Jenkins just overcooking it slightly in the early phase of that game. Playing the rally quite well, but then missing the last shot, gave away quite a few errors, and Declan holding on to the lead and really starting to dominate now with his squash, just that extra bit in his arsenal, those extra subtleties around the front. Very, very accurate.
So here we go. James starts off this third game. Say the main thing for Jenkins in this game is to see if he can cut out the errors that he hit sort of in the early phase of that last game. Certainly a strong boy, Miles Jenkins. So he does a bit of work with Joel Makin in Birmingham.
1-0.
That's a great shot. Love that shot from Deck James.
Yeah, he tends to play very straight from those areas, and that makes that variation so much more difficult to read. There's the straight ball. Brilliant.
3-1.
Yeah, really good control and finish from James.
Well constructed rally there.
Problem is, he just does certainly charge up the court regardless of where the ball is.
Hand out, 2-3.
I'm not convinced by this either, but problem is James doesn't do
quite
himself
hit his mark, does he?
And he's not doing himself any favours really by the fact he's sort of standing and watching the ball.
And out, 4-2.
Jenkins trying to push the pace again. Oh, what a chance for Jenkins.
Wow.
Just completely miscued. James almost in full splits in the front.
5-2.
Again, just Jenkins just trying to play at a high pace and get himself forward, but he's losing accuracy.
Very good boast. He's certainly working Jenkins around the court here, starting to control his movement.
Yes, let.
Yeah, a lot of very subtle quality on display from James in these last two games. Jenkins trying to apply the pressure in this rally. Declan hanging in there.
It's been good, isn't it? Nice response from Jenkins.
Been in this position a few times and hasn't been able to close the rally out. Oh,
that's a nice finish.
Yeah, beautiful. Such good touch.
We've got a review. It looks like a winning shot to me, though.
Yeah.
Appeal Jenkins on the no-let decision.
Just ended up a little bit stranded on this one.
Incredible control. Just don't think he's going to get that.
No, I don't think he's going to get it either.
Views remaining. 6-2 from the right.
6-2.
No let. Oh, you've got to go through and play that ball. There's a line there. Go to the ball. 7-2.
Oh, just forcing it. Not quite in
8-2.
position. He needs to be patient there, Jenkins. Big lead for James.
And out, 3-8.
It's like the
again.
Yeah, it's the counter punch, isn't it?
9-3.
Basically, Jenkins looking to attack, but James reading it and then countering with the attack on that forehand drop.
Just with that extra bit of quality as well, isn't it? Yeah,
Oh,
good.
that's good.
Brilliant.
10-3 match ball.
Very good. 7 match balls for James.
Stroke to Jenkins.
It's been a couple of times where James has just got
And out,
stuck
4-10.
after his
Match
shot.
ball.
That's where he needs to have that energy stepping in, body weight in the shot, and then out with it so you get that movement. Oh, what a finish. He's romped home that shot on the forehand
11-4,
side.
match to James. 3 games to love.
It's a nice way to finish it off.
11-8, 11-4.
Good foray into
11-4.
this tournament, though, from Jenkins. Certainly made a very good account of himself. 42 minutes it took Dec James to win 3-love against Miles Jenkins. Scores were 11-8, 11-4, 11-4.
So Declan James through to the semi-finals with that performance. Very controlled. Decent display from Jenkins, was trying to push the pace, trying to rush James, but lost a little bit of accuracy and got picked off a little bit around the front. James, great control with that forehand drop. Got caught a few times on the backhand, but doing enough. And he goes through. Jenkins will still have a match again tomorrow, though, coming second in the pool.
Very confident shout from my co-com about him finishing second. Well, it has been closed out, and the big upset is Nick Wall topping Group A ahead of James Willstrop. What a win for young Nick Wall Jr. He's at the top of that. George Parker, of course, taking out Patrick Rooney, which confirmed him at the top of Group B. Richie Fallows came through against Charlie Lee, didn't play against Tom Richards, but he tops Group C. And then the match we just saw, Declan James taking out Miles Jenkins to top Group D. So those will be our semi-finalists, and they will be competing tomorrow to see who gets through to the final. Looking forward to that. Well, we've got one more match to go here this evening. The players are already on the court, keen and eager. They've dusted themselves down from their battle scars earlier. And we're looking forward to Julianne Courtice up against Grace Skier.
Can you hear me? Thank you.
So we have got our last match of the evening on court. Julianne Courtice up against Grace Skier. Grace Skier on the right-hand side of the screen in the pink top. She's 22 years of age. She's currently ranked number 99 in the world. Been as high as 85, which was back in February 2019. Trained by Adam Fuller and trains out of Berkhamsted in Hertfordshire. Has suffered from a few injuries just of late over this sort of last phase, so hopefully she's used lockdown to really get the rehab right and also get herself nice and physically strong, robust, ready for these matches. Well, she is up against Julianne Courtice. Of course, Julianne Courtice is only a couple of spots off her highest world ranking. She's currently number 30 in the world, has been as high as 28. Of course, we saw her make a really good fight of it against Sarah Jane Perry earlier. It was a real tough battle between those two. She'll be wanting to bounce back here this evening on this court. Got the night shift, but it's very valuable time on a squash court.
Play will start in 30 seconds. Play will start in 15 seconds. AJ Bell, England Squash Championships 2021, Women's Round Robin match. Julianne Courtice of England to serve, Grace Gear of England to receive. Best of 5 games. Love all.
So here we go. Julianne Courtice going to start off this last match of the day.
Yes, let. Yes, let. Love all.
Review.
There's room to play that ball.
Review.
Player review, Courtice on the yes, let decision.
Well, it's a really early review from Courtice. I mean, the ball's come straight past Grace Gear. I mean, from there, it looks like a nailed-on stroke.
Stroke to Courtice, decision overruled. Courtice has 1 review remaining. 1 love.
The signs are always ominous when both players have already gone to their positions. Good start for Gear earlier today. She beat Lucy Beecroft in her first match. Nice shot. Well finished
And
by
now,
Gear.
1-1. Down. 2-1.
Well, really looking to make it look like a drive, trying to control the movement of Gear.
Down. Hand out. 2-2. Out. 3-2. Stroke to Courtice. 4-2.
Well, Courtice will be very happy with any quick points she can get on the board after her tough match against Perry earlier today. That's a lovely touch on the backhand from Gear.
3-5. 3-5. Hand out, 6-3.
Well, both players trading blows. Points certainly rattling along here.
Hand out, 4-6.
Using a height there on the volley.
Yeah, can't hit that ball. She's in a swing.
Hand out, 7-4. Hand out, 5-7. Hand out, 8-5.
Well, Gear not quite getting down enough to that one in the front left. Five game balls for Courtice.
A lot of errors from Gear on the backhand side especially.
Yeah, it looks a bit weird, didn't it? The one at the front. My eyes have gone slightly fuzzy though. Oh, that's a good shot. That it's a nice hold.
11-6.
I like the late switch on the backhand volley there from Courtice. That is a good shot. So first blood goes to Courtice here. 7 minutes, 11-6. Courtice leading Gear. 1 game to love.
Oh, quick fire rallies in this first game. Julianne Courtice getting the lead and holding on to it. A lot of errors from Gear, especially on the backhand side. This looks like a slightly weaker area for Gear, that deep backhand. If you can get that ball running away from her, very good on the forehand, especially on the volley. But Courtice, very accurate with her squash. Very good squash brain on her, knows exactly where she wants to put the ball.
was an opportunity for Gear. She didn't quite get her approach right to that ball. She was a bit front facing and the racket wasn't quite open enough. She slapped that one in.
Out, 2-3.
Really winding up and ripping the ball, flattening it above the tin.
Stroke to Gear.
Well, that foxed everyone. The old shot down the middle ploy.
Hand out, 4-3.
Nice depth into the back of the court from Courtice. Got that ball moving away. It was a dying length. It was nice to get an outright winner into the back of the court.
Stroke to Gear.
Yeah, couldn't quite get the racket ready.
Hand out, 4-5. Yes, let. 4-5.
Well, Gear is tempted to review that, opts against it.
She was, but she was knocked off the ball.
I reckon that would have been
She was
worth
knocked off by
a punt with a review.
your movement.
I think this was worth a go.
4-5.
Good shot. She's quite clever with the
And
hands,
out, 6-4.
Courtice. If she's given a bit of time and space, she'll make you pay.
A good awareness as well. She's got a good
Yes,
understanding of where to put the ball, how to find the spaces on the court. Just those natural instincts.
That was a bit
5-6.
random from her though. She was looking to up the pace, but then lost the target.
Out. Hand out, 7-5.
Quite close, but these exchanges are happening fast and furiously.
Hand out, 6-7.
Oh, back level in this second game.
After that clunk.
Stroke to Courtice.
Well, it has to be a stroke, doesn't it?
Hand out, 8-7.
Scrappy do.
8-all. Hand out, 9-8.
That forehand.
Hand out, 9-all.
Strong area for Gear. He's got a lot of firepower on that side.
Yes, lap. 9-all.
Well, the error from Gear, just too loose on that backhand side.
Well, Courtice having to change rackets. Game ball to the good though.
Hand out. 10-9 game ball. Stroke.
Oh, that ball's come straight back to her. She's getting very frustrated with herself.
Hand out, 10-all. A player must win by 2 points. Each player has 1 review available.
See the reaction from Courtice. Into a tie break. Well, she did well to get through that first one, but then guessed. Gear was able to finish it off. Game ball for Gear.
Video referee.
Here we go, we're going video referee decision. Pretty big call. Did Gear do enough to get out of the way here? Let ball maybe, I'm not sure. Ball is travelling, that might just save her. It's just moving away from Courtice. Basically the saving grace is where the ball travels, it's just going away from them both.
Yes, let. 11-10 game ball. Left side, please.
Me? Yeah, me.
Well, it's going to be a stroke.
12-10 game to Gear.
Fired up, Grace Gear marches off the court. She's done well to level this one. She's won that second game 12-10, and after 19 minutes, it's level at 1 game all.
Well, fantastic effort from Grace Gear to sneak that game. Courtice had the lead. Looked like she was going to get the 2-love lead, but Gear put some really good work in those last few rallies to take the game and to level up in this match. Courtice just trying to urge herself on. It's tough out there playing the last match after a tough earlier round.
Love all.
So we're locked in at 1-all. See who's got enough left in the tank here.
Hand out, one love. Down.
Come on.
Two love.
Is that good at the front?
Yep. Hand out, 1-2. Two all.
Come on.
3-2. Hand out.
Yeah, nice
3 all.
touch from Courtice. She's got to keep her accuracy level high
Out.
here. Just got the tin.
4-3. Down. 5-3. Out.
So Courtice
6-3.
opens up a 3-point lead in this third game.
Well, they're rattling along again, aren't they, these two?
Oh, Jules.
Hand out. 4-6.
And again, soft
Hand out,
hands.
7-4.
Courtice in the front.
That's a nice shot into the back of the court from Courtice.
8-4. Hand out. 5-8. Out.
Yeah, just touched the line, I think, from Gear.
Balls out. Hand out. 9-5.
Yeah, it's well reached up there by Courtice, getting nice and low in that front right-hand corner to play the counter drop. 4 game balls for Courtice. Only needs one of them.
11-6, game to Courtice. Courtice leads 2 games to 1.
Seven minutes for that third game. 11-6 for Courtice. She now leads grey skier by 2 games to 1.
Yeah, solid third game from Julianne Courtice. When she's getting gear really stretched out with her movement, the accuracy level starts to drop, and she forced quite a few errors out of her opponent in that third game. Got to keep that accuracy level high. Good weighted shots into the back. Use that touch around the front. Try and keep gear off the volley. If she can control the middle, Courtice, then she should be able to get through here. Put a good spell in this fourth.
Courtice starts off this game, but immediately gear going for the attack, finding the tin.
Out, 1-all. Hand out, 2-1. Let.
Yeah, just a bit of space there. It's a kind of shot.
Player review gear on the yes let decision.
If you just play the ball, then you're going to win the rally outright. Courtice just managing to clear sufficiently. Lucky there, Courtice.
3-1.
But the Grace doesn't get quite low enough in that shot. There's a few errors that have happened in that front left.
Oh, jammy.
And out, 2-3.
Felt like an Olette. Gia, of course, has used her review already. Gia diving across for that volley. 3-point lead for Courtice.
Yeah, well straightened.
6-2. Hand out, 3-6. Yes, let.
Was the pickup good?
Pickup was good. 3-6. Yes.
Certainly hunting down that ball with the follow-up onto that volley, Grace Gia, and then looking to attack. That was a nice finish.
7-4.
Ball just sitting up and then playing that ball in.
That's up. 8-4.
Well, Courtice certainly closing in on this now. Yeah, nice width from Courtice. 6 match balls for her. Oh, there you go. She did well. Scurried to the back of the court and managed to get the ball back and hit the winner from it.
11-4.
Job well done in the night shift for Julianne Courtice. Taking 36 minutes to beat Grace Gia 3-1. 11-4 in that 4th game.
Yeah, fantastic effort by Julianne Courtice. You could see there was a little bit of mental fatigue setting in, maybe, in that 2nd game, but she really knuckled down in the 3rd and 4th. And the result was a relatively comfortable win in the end, 3-1 to Julianne Courtice. Good effort from Grace Gia. Definitely quite strong on that forehand side. A little bit of work to do on the backhand, but she's got some good court time in this tournament.
So just a quick look at all the matches that we've had today. That is a long list when you look at it. We did start at 10 a.m. It is all a blur, but we really hope you've enjoyed it. That final match, 3-1 to Julianne Courtice over Grace Gear. Well, to have a quick look at what the groups are like currently, Jasmine Hutton sitting at the top with 24 points. She's got to play Gina Kennedy yet. That'll be a good match to look forward to. Sarah Jane Perry just topping Group A above Julianne Courtice, who we just saw get the win against Grace Gear. So interesting stuff. Still a lot to play for tomorrow. Looking forward to that. Well, that does conclude our day of squash here today. We hope you've enjoyed it, and Vanessa and I will look forward to you joining us at 1 o'clock for the start tomorrow. So see you tomorrow for more squash from the AJ Bell England Squash Championships. See you tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the long way.